Good morning. As we start the show today, we're going to start with single source. We have 3 classes of them. They will all be Barrows. The single source class is a deal where Dean Searn, thank you Dean if you're in the crowd, brings in a bunch of pigs and they divvy them up, and these kids take them home and they feed them out. And so all the pigs come from the same place. So, and what we're going to do, we're going to pick out the ones the judge likes the most and put them in a pen and give them a purple, and we'll send them back. And we'll do that for all 3 classes. This morning, could you give a round of applause for Brady McNeil? He drove clear from Nebraska. Clear from Nebraska to do this show. I tell you what, that's a dedicated person. He believes in this swine industry and everything about it. He has been in this industry for quite some time, and he believes in production of hogs, and he's going to do, actually I've known Brady when he was at Iowa State, and he ran some judging teams and all that. He's really a quality guy. I really appreciate him driving all the way from Nebraska to come out here and do this show again. I think this is his 3rd year doing it. I think. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, we really appreciate Brady being here because he really understands this business and that we're in out here, and we're just really thankful to have him. Also, you'll notice that the rate of gain is on their right shoulder. That's the gain is, we actually weighed these pigs back, I believe it was the 12th of April, and then we calculated it out on what their rate of gain at their ending weight. We also had Dallas McDermott here, and he scanned them, and then there'll be scan data on them for the carcass results. Carcass is what they measure the back fat, the loin eye, and there's actually a pretty big formula on that. I would not be able to do it myself, but anyway, the rate of gains are on their right shoulders, and you'll notice a lot of them are, around 2 or more. And these pigs are actually, raised in confinements today, and they want these pigs to grow. And so these kids took them home and raised them, and and that's what we got today as far as the benefit of how fast they're growing. And Brady will be looking at that, and as a person that's in the business, he actually looks for the loin, the cleanness of, the reduced fat on them and everything. And so he's analyzing that today along with that rate of gain.
You may notice we have one exhibitor this morning wearing a gray polo. That is Kenzie Miller of the Lime Creek Live Wires. She is a senior 4-H member, and those polos are sponsored by Whitoff Farm Supply.
We also thank KCTC coming out here today. They're actually filming this, and people at home can actually view it live right now. And so thank you for coming out today. You know, a lot of shows are going to this. I mean, you know, across the state of Iowa. And so it's a really neat option for grandma and grandpa or whoever that just can't make it out today. They can actually watch the show right on the KCTC. So thanks for being here. Also, last year the fair board put in brand new wash stalls for our pigs, and we really thank the fair board for that. And we were having problems with drains, and I personally want to thank Joel Huber for putting in better drains. He's looking at me. I hope he knows I'm talking about him. But we do appreciate that, and I heard that he put them in, and I assume that they're working great because I haven't heard a complaint. So we're going to go with that. So thanks, Joel.
Good morning, everybody. Happy to be here in Washington County, and it's definitely a privilege and an honor to step foot in this ring. Obviously, there's been a lot of great stockmen that have stepped in this ring either as an exhibitor and or as a livestock evaluator, and so it's a privilege that I don't take lightly, and it's a show that I definitely look forward to coming back to and evaluating. It's one of those things where, if you're not involved in the commercial production world, you just see these pigs out here and they look like commercial pigs, and at the same point, I can tell you that the pigs that are going to come through here, this ring today, for the production show, would hold up against any production show across the country. Rate of gains that we're going to see today are incredible. Just the quality of pigs that we see today are incredible, and the exhibitors do a nice job getting them moved and around. So my hat's off to all these exhibitors, and this class is really special. We're similar genotypes, so I would work with the purebred grandparents and parents of these animals. And so I see those on a day in, day out basis, and so I see what's created these. And as we go through the show today, we'll talk a little bit more about what we're evaluating, but I think we have two really nice representatives of what we want a commercial production pig to be. Sound in their structure, good in their muscle, big ribbed, deep bodied. These pigs need to represent the average pig in a finisher. And so that's what's going through my head. If this pig is the average one in a population, any issues that it has are going to be magnified, or any positives are going to be magnified across that 12 or 2,400 head barn. And so we're going to try to find sound structured pigs, good bodied pigs, wide, good based, structurally correct pigs that have muscle, have shape, have that rib that we're after. And so with that being said, I think there's two out here that are sound structured, good built. One from a composition standpoint probably makes me just a little bit more comfortable for where we're at this stage in the game. And so with that being said, the one that I like the best is going to be this young lady right here. She's going to have your class winner. Congratulations. Taking nothing away from this young lady over here, that's a really nice rate of gain that we got there. And as we go through today, I'm not going to just straight rate of gain them, but at the same point, that's going to come into the back of my mind because there's 3 or 4 things that are going to go into what makes a profitable pig. We have rate of gain as one of those key factors. Feed conversion, mortality, and carcass composition. And so as we go through those, we're going to be thinking through, okay, what are those other 3 factors besides rate of gain, and can they overcome what we know they've already done on the hoof? And so this young lady's done a great job getting this one fed. That one is the big particular class. That thing's got a ton of muscle working down that one's top, really stout-ended, thick, all the way from pin hock to ground. That one's just able to get out and still motor. But with that, I think we got this one probably a little maxed out from a condition standpoint at this stage in the game. Starting to lay on a little extra condition right there through that one's throat latch, through that one's foreribs, starting to get a little wastier, starting to wrinkle up. For this weight and this stage, maybe a little extra condition. As we start talking about some of these being bigger and bigger and bigger, we're going to see that, and we're going to have to kind of evaluate how much condition do we truly have. Really good job. That young lady's done a nice job at home. Skin and hair and presentation, really nice. Congratulations to that young lady. That's a great one to end up in second. Young man that's going to come out in third. Here's one that, when he came, he probably didn't think that this was going to be a third place hog. Here's one that grew well, did very well for this young man. As we start talking about just totals and complete type of a pig, not just as square and true, as we start talking about that one right behind its shoulder, wants to deviate, wants to get up in its top line. As we start talking about seeing these pigs that maybe are a little higher spined, that structure underneath them just isn't quite as good. It wants to just rotate out of its hip a little bit more than what we want to see, just not quite as coordinated on the move, just not quite as massive as the two directly above it, but really good rate of gain, deep-bodied, productive type of a pig to go ahead and end up in that third hole. Young man's coming out next. Here's another one that is probably better just in its top line. There, just as far as where we go from that spine perspective, how flexible that one is. At the same point, I don't know if this one's a structure upgrade. Front shoulder, rear skeleton, maybe just not quite as comfortable. But at the same point, 243, that one's grown really well for this young man. Square built, good body type of a hog that's square in its loin edge right out of the backside of its blade when we compare it to the one directly in front of it. Young ladies that we got coming out next. Here's another one that's grown really well for this young lady. Bigger footed square coming right at you, but this is one we got to redesign right behind that one's front shoulder. It's the plainest and most nondescript of this top end as we get right on top of it. And as we start talking about, where are those muscle indicators, a lot of that, if we look right behind that one's front shoulder, we're going to be able to tell how much true muscle's working in that one. Now, we're going to be able to see the scan data later on today, and so, maybe we're going to call me a liar, and that's completely fair. My job is just to evaluate these things on the on the hoof, and we just need to square that one up right out of the backside of that one's blade. Part of the reason why is as we go to the cooler and we start harvesting these, we go to pull their loins. We need to be that square, and where that muscle lays in needs to be consistent pig to pig to pig. Young man's got one here that's really bold and pliable through that one's center cavity. Of the ones directly in front of it, this one is better right there through that mid portion of that one's body. Bold, productive, pliable, able to get out and go. This is another one. We've got to redesign that one right there behind its shoulder. It wants to just become plainer and more nondescript right behind that blade. Steeper in its hip, not able to just get out and go. Young man's doing a nice job getting this one to go. It is probably just a touch better right there at the mid portion of that one's back, wide, square, shapely. Got some shape working behind it. It wants to get too far underneath of itself from behind. Too much set to that rear hock, just not quite the structure that we're after as we start thinking about, okay, where are these litter mates, where are these contemporary group going to be from a structure perspective? That one just worries me a little bit too much. Here's one that's massive, got a lot of shape, a lot of muscle working in it. Just got to redesign this one through that rear skeleton. As we move on down the line, we're going to see some that have some growth maybe, or maybe they've been a little bit lighter on that growth. And as we move down, probably a little bit lighter on that growth. Here's one that is in that camp, but just an individual pig, bold rib, pliable, productive, square in its build, just got to grow a touch better. Here's one that's shapely, should go to the cooler with some lean cutout, redesigned from a structure perspective. Another really shapely one. We just got to have a little bit more rib, body, and just overall mass and growth. Young lady's got one that if we could redesign that one's front shoulder, I think she could move up pretty good, but today it's just wanting to limp a little bit more than what we want to see. So congratulations to all these all these exhibitors. Had a great time sorting this first class.
As you probably noticed, some of them got purple ribbons. I think we went, what, five purple ribbons on that, or was it 6? But anyway, the purples will actually come back. 5, okay. And the purples will actually come back for the championship drive after the class 3. So now, no? Just the kids, okay. And we will start class 2 now.
Results from Class 1 single source commercial swine. First place in a purple went to Hallie Heistoffer. Second place in a purple went to Annie Troyer. Third place in a purple went to Henry Temple. Fourth place, Xander Myers in a purple. Fifth place in a purple, Ainsley Zeiser. Sixth place in a blue, Sam Troyer. Seventh place in a blue, Riker Myers. Eighth place in a blue, Dawson Zeiser. Ninth place in a blue, Kenzie Miller. 10th place in a blue, Kale Miller. 11th place in a blue, Joseph Paca. And 12th place in a blue, Marissa Kalupa.
Actually, the pigs won't come back. The way the single source is, it's a little bit different than any other classes. They are interviewed by people. They went through an interview process, and then the reason we're placing them from the bottom to the top, because then that gets them points. And so when they come back, they all will come back. And then on a point system, we will come up with the winner for the single source. So it's a little bit different. So the pigs only get showed once. They're going to be pinned from the bottom to the top. And anyway, and then it'll be all on a point system, which they will themselves just come back and not the pigs. And that will be done when the gals behind the big desk here get it all figured up. And once they have it all figured up, then we're going to pause the show for a second there and bring all these kids, every one of them, back out here, and then they will rank them as far as the point system. So that's the way that kind of works. If anybody has questions, don't ask me.
Currently in the show ring, we have Kale Miller, Kenzie Miller, Marissa Kalupa, Henry Temple, Dawson Zeiser, Riker Myers, Ainsley Zeiser, Hallie Heistoffer, Sam Troyer, Xander Myers, and Annie Troyer.
Okay, real nice class here, and I think we're definitely getting deeper in some competition. I have three out here just to kind of talk through, and with that being said, I think as we kind of start putting our totals together, total quality, having that structural correctness, having that rib, that body, I think all of these three do that. I think there's one that comes out of its blade a little crisper, and I think it's a little bolder in its forerib than what some of the other ones are. And so with that being said, the one that I'm going to opt to use for my my class winner here will be the young man in the middle of the ring. Congratulations to that young man. Then I think there's a logical place to go ahead and sort into second. One that has that shape down its top, it's bold in its forerib, maybe not wanting to quite get out and go quite as well, but another one that just reads like a productive type of a market hog with shape, dimension, maybe not quite just as wide and square as what the one directly in front of it was, but this young lady with number 55 is going to be second place. Congratulations to her. And then that leaves this young lady out in the middle of the ring. She'll be third. Here's one, just a big, pliable, productive center cavity. Maybe just not quite the extras of muscle and mass of what the two directly in front of her had, but at the same point, just a good basic type of a market pig to go ahead and end up in that third hole. Young man's doing a great job getting this one shown and exhibited. Obviously has a lot of passion for this particular project, and that's where my hat's off to all these exhibitors. They get the same basic pig at the same time, and it's all about how they take care of them. That one's got some shape up high at the mid portion of that one's back, but at the same point when you watch that one come and go, wants to narrow up a little bit too much for me. Here's one big, bold, productive. Just got to redesign this one out of its front shoulder. Next one coming out, here's one that's shapely in the mid portion of that one's back. As it's getting out and going, maybe just not the most comfortable out of that front skeleton, but at the same point, one that should go to the cooler with a lot of value, because that's a big back, big hip, a lot of muscle working in that particular pig. Next one coming out, young lady also does a nice job getting this one presented. Mid portion of that one back got as much shape and dimension as anything. Really muscular out through that rear ham and stifle, wide and square to the ground. At the same point, the lower fronted one doesn't transition into its loin edge quite as nicely as what we'd like to see. We can redesign it there. I think that one moves up pretty quickly. Young man has the same type of thing. Mid portion of that one's back good, but we just got to redesign that one behind that one's front shoulder. Just simply not good enough from a muscle dimension standpoint there, but big bodied, productive, good sound structured one for that young man. Young lady's got one coming out that is wider and heavy muscled than the one directly in front of it. At the same point, when this one just gets out and goes, maybe a little bit more restricted, and it also wants to get up in the mid portion of that one's back as well. And then we got a couple that are coming out here maybe from a growth rate perspective. Just didn't light the world on fire as far as just eating. Maybe they got sick. Maybe they just didn't quite, maybe didn't quite transition to that new home quite as well, which happens. These pigs, we can get the same type of pig at 50 pounds, and by 280 pounds, they're, some have grown faster, some haven't, and so a little bit of this is luck of the draw, and some of it's, how much just effort and work they want to put in at home, and so taking nothing away from these young exhibitors that have ended up down the line, because I think they've probably done just as good of a job, just maybe their project didn't work out quite as well for them, but let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you very much. We have a couple gals in the ring here that are in dresses and got crowns on and everything, sashes, and I'm going to have them introduce themselves to you one by one, and I also want them to tell you about what exhibits they're doing this year at the 2025 Washington County Fair. So we'll start with our queen, and you go ahead and tell them what I just told you.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Morgan Lichty. I'm 16 years old and I'm going to be a senior at Waco High School, and I show sheep, and I'm your 2025 Washington County Fair Queen.
Hi everyone, I'm Haley Plank. I'm 17 and I'll be attending Highland as a senior this year. This fair year I am just showing poultry, and I'm your 2025 Miss Congeniality.
So how did you do on your sheep yesterday?
I did pretty good. I had 7th overall market lamb, Top Gun Showman, and Champion Dorset.
Wow, that's a big day. How did you do yesterday, or have you shown yet?
I showed last night and my broilers got reserve champion.
Wow. Give a hand to our queen and Miss Congeniality. Are you looking forward to representing us at the state fair?
Yes, so I'm very excited for State Fair.
Okay. What have you had to do so far, both of you? If you could tell me what you've done so far since you became queen.
So we basically just help out with like all of the events, so we'll get recognized every night during events, and we help with like the pie eating contest, the frog jumping stuff, and then of course we hand out ribbons and like talent shows, Clover Kid, pet shows, so we're kind of all over the place, but it's super fun.
And what have you done?
Basically, I've just tagged along. We've gone everywhere. We've done lots of fun, exciting events. Me and the princess were here for the sheep show while our queen was off showing her lambs, and it was super fun.
What's your favorite part so far, being, royalty, so to speak?
Just being like a good role model for the youth and encouraging enrollment and stuff. I had 2 girls come up to me yesterday and be like, how are you so confident with everything? And I just told them you have to believe in yourself. So that's probably my favorite part, is just the youth.
Yes, I definitely have to agree with that. Like, loving having all these younger girls come up to us and be excited and say that they want to do this, and definitely influencing to do this contest because you meet lots of new people and it's amazing.
Okay, they want me to give the mic back.
Results from Class 2 Single Source Commercial Swine. First place in a purple, Sam Troyer. Second place in a purple, Annie Troyer. Third place in a purple, Hallie Heistoffer. Fourth place in a purple, Dawson Zeiser. Fifth place in a purple, Xander Myers. Sixth place in a blue, Riker Myers. Seventh place in a blue, Ainsley Zeiser. Seventh place in a blue, Hallie Heist. Oh, that is Ainsley Zeiser. Eighth in a blue, Henry Temple. Ninth in a blue, Marissa Kalupa. 10th in a blue, Kale Miller. And 11th in a blue, Kenzie Miller. Currently in the ring is Class 3 Single Source Swine. Exhibitors in the ring, Marissa Kalupa, Dawson Zeiser, Henry Temple, Hallie Heistoffer, Sam Troyer, Riker Myers, Xander Myers, and Annie Troyer.
Well, as we round out the single source class, I just want to commend all these exhibitors for go ahead and taking on this challenge, and also for Dean Sarin for using those pigs. I know it's not easy to probably, pull out a group of pigs and then send them home with some kids. And my hat's off to these young exhibitors, and it's pretty impressive the variation that we're seeing even within these exhibitors. And I think we should commend those exhibitors, especially towards the top of their classes, because obviously they went home and put a lot of effort and work into these pigs. They've got these things maxed out from a rate of gain perspective. If we say the average pig, from a rate of gain perspective, the average closeout might be in that 2.2 pound range. And so we got ones that are 2.6, 2.7s. We'll probably see some 3.0s here later on today. And so just kind of giving you the idea of, where the commercial industry is at from an individual or average perspective versus where some of these kids have been able to really max these pigs out and see what the true genetic potential of their pigs is. And so I definitely commend those that have moved up towards the top of the class. With that being said, I think there's a really nice representative to go ahead and win this particular drive. That'll be the young man directly in front of me. That thing, just sound structured, big, bold, pliable, kind of a center cavity, and it has the structure and rib to go ahead and grow like it is. It's one of the faster growing pigs, but I think its indicators read like it should be a fast growing type of a market hog. You get on top of it and you're not disappointed from a muscle and shape perspective. Everything just kind of fits and balances. Young man with the blue butt, and I will say, just from my own perspective, I go into some finishing barns and you don't see this much color, so I think there might have been a little preferential selection on some of these pigs to get a little bit more color than what you might see in a normal finishing barn, but I think that also is kind of fun for the kids to have one that has maybe a touch of color as well. And so another one coming out, maybe just not quite as woofy or pulled apart as what the one that won was, but as far as just a sound structure, deep-bodied, easy doing type of a pig, I think it's hard to go wrong with what the young man's got going on there. Just a good basic type of a market hog to end up in second. The young lady's got one that is faster growing than the one directly in front of it. Heavier muscle, just maybe didn't want to get out of its front shoulder quite as well, but there's a lot of muscle and dimension working right down that one's top, mid portion of that one's back, stout and thick-ended, wide and square all the way to the ground. Young lady's done a nice job getting this pig maxed out from a rate of gain perspective. Maybe structure didn't quite hold up as well as what the two directly in front of it were, but really nice job for that young lady. Next one coming out. Here's one that is deep, soft, soggy right there through that one's center cavity. Mid portion of that one's back, wide and square. Just got to fix that one right behind its front shoulder. Doesn't want to transition into its loin quite as well, and it narrows up at the ground more than what we'd want to see. Next one coming out. That one's a bold, pliable forerib. Really like that one through that one's center cavity. We just got to redesign this one from a structure perspective. Maybe not quite as flexible out of that front shoulder. Wants to rock forward and get pushed forward a little bit more than what we like to see. But as far as just long-bodied, that one's got the length and extension to go to those heavy weights in an efficient manner. We need to get these pigs to grow efficiently up to 300 plus pounds. They got to have that kind of frame size. And so really nice pig there for that young man. Young lady's got a nice one here to end up where it is. Kind of big, bold, pliable center cavity. Maybe just not quite as just shapely as what some of the ones directly in front of it were. It's a little plainer and more nondescript. Young man's got a red butted pig here that just easy doing, practical, pliable. You need to have more muscle and dimension. It's the plainest in its shape from that perspective. And then young lady has one that is shapelier, maybe just not structurally where we need it to be out of its front skeleton. But overall, really nice job. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. We'll see how the overall scoring goes to see who wins this particular division.
Thanks, Brady. And thanks to all the kids that showed for the single source. That'll end the single source. They will actually come back and just the kids, and then they will be ranked and they will receive the rewards then. Now we're going to move into the production bearer classes. This will be class 1. And these actually, the purples will actually come back and where we will reach a top 5, and because we have money for the top 5 places. And we actually appreciate all the people that donate to the awards, the banners, and everything, because they help make this fair or the swine show go, and we really appreciate their effort of supporting us. So this will be class 1 production Barrow.
Results from Class 3 single source commercial swine. First place in a purple went to Xander Myers. Second place in a purple, Henry Temple. Third place in a purple, Annie Troyer. Fourth place in a purple, Riker Myers. Fifth place in a purple, Sam Troyer. Sixth place in a blue, Hallie Heistoffer. Seventh place in a blue, Dawson Zeiser. Eighth place in a blue, Marissa Kalupa. Now entering the ring is First Class Production Barrows, Class 1. Exhibitors in the ring, Allison Reed, Kenna Robertson, Presley Hora, John Hora, Elizabeth Hora, Mason Gent, Tatum Ehrig, Audrey Huber, and Macy Ehrig.
Real nice way to start off the production barrow show here, and we got some differences in frame size. We got some differences in scale. With that previous class all being single source, we're probably having a little bit more similarities. As we move on to where people got pigs from different sources, different genetics, we're going to have some variation on down the line as far as just totals as we start evaluating these particular pigs. But I think we have a real nice place to go ahead and start with that young lady's blue-butted one over there in the corner. She's going to go ahead and be your class winner. That's a big-footed, rugged, robust type of a pig that you look at that one's center cavity, just so big and pliable right there through the center portion of that one's skeleton. And then when that one comes and goes, that one's just wide and square to its corners, got a lot of dimension. Is that one maybe pushing the envelope as far as just being maxed out from a weight per day of perspective? It's getting big. I think it's gotten big enough that we can go ahead and call that one good. It might be a little concerned, doesn't have enough frame size to continue going. But I think today we can call that one good enough. Really good type of a market hog to end up in this particular class. Then we're going to go opt for the young ladies one. And this one, obviously, from a rated aim perspective, really good. Just not quite as wide and square and true when it comes right at you or leaves you. Not as much just internal dimension. You look at that one's forerib, not quite as busted open as pliable. But I still think squareness out of the backside of the blade, muscle dimension, soundness of structure, really good pig to end up in second. Young man's got one. He's doing a nice job getting this one shown. Square in its build, maybe just not quite as woofy or massive all the way through. Not as wide at the ground, not as wide right there through that center portion of that one's cage. It wants to just narrow up more than what we'd like to see. But at the same point, just a good, basic, sound-structured, productive, pliable type of a market hog. The one that we're going to have come out next. This one does have more shape than what some of the ones directly in front of it was, specifically the one directly in front of it did. Really shapely in the mid portion of that one's back, really shapely through that one's ham and stifle. Just got to redesign this one from a structure perspective. Just doesn't want to get out and go. And then that one's upper rib, just got to blow that one apart, make it more expansive. What we're talking about from a structure perspective, from a rib and body perspective, we're talking about these indicators that should allow them to grow, should allow them to do that in an efficient manner, and should go to the cooler or should go as a total system with low mortality. And so that's kind of why we're evaluating some of the key things we are. Young lady's got one that's really shapely, just structurally up front. Got to redesign that one, how it moves out of its front skeleton. But good, deep body, deep-sided type of a pig with some muscle. The next one that's going to be coming out, young man's done a really nice job with this particular pig. This one's got some muscle, this one's got some rib, this one's got some body. As this one drives right at you, it wants to narrow up as much as anything at the ground. And when you look at that one's front feet, it's just broken down too much on that one's front pasterns. As we start talking about raising these things on slats, those dew claws will catch on the slats, they'll rip, they'll get infected, we'll have some issues from that perspective. That one's dew claws is what kind of sorts that one down the line. The next one moving up is better on its front toes, but I still don't say that that one's a structure upgrade. We got to redesign this one through that one's front skeleton, lay it back in its front shoulder, but from a shape and expression standpoint, this one should go to the cooler with some lean cutout. It has the indicators of having muscle, that width at its base. Just got to redesign that one, how it's out of its front shoulder. We got a couple that are coming out next. This one is sound structure, just got to have more muscle. It's the plainest and nondescript in this particular class. Until we get to this next one, that just we got to have more growth, more dimension. Maybe just didn't quite get up and go for this young lady. But overall, really nice class of production barrows. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 1 Production Barrows. First place in a purple, Macy Ehrig. Second place in a purple, Audrey Huber. Third place in a purple, Mason Gent. Fourth place in a blue, Elizabeth Hora. Fifth place in a blue, Kenna Robertson. Sixth place in a blue, Tatum Ehrig. Seventh place in a blue, John Hora. Eighth place in a blue, Presley Hora. And ninth place in a blue, Allison Reed. About to enter the ring is Class 2 Production Barrows. Exhibitors in this class include Allison Reed, Presley Hora, John Hora, Elizabeth Hora, Tessa Bombi, Callie Huber, Taya Bombi, Tate Bombi, and Peyton Brenneman.
We do want to make sure that everyone is aware that today is Tate Bombay's 18th birthday, so let's give him a round of applause for that.
At this time, I'd like to introduce the swine committee and the people that are helping and volunteering their time today to help in the ring and out in the ring and in the back. We couldn't do this without all the help that we have. My name's Brian Becker. I'm the superintendent along with Bruce Kaufman. On our swine committee is also Casey Peck and Jason Anderson that have done a lot around here today. Somewhere around here also in the ring helping is Jeremy Robertson. We have Carmen Sarin over there on the in gate. Dakota Longvine back here in the ink pen, along with Ellie Anderson. And the girls checking them in back there is McKenna Brenning, Lindsay Crawford, Miranda Romoser. Then up here on the desk doing the announcing is Zach Jameson and Elsa Schmidt. And then the girls working the computers and doing all the tabulations for us is Shauna Sarin and Katie Palmer. This couldn't happen without those people spending their time and having this day and helping the kids out. Let's give all those people a big round of applause. And also helping in the ring that I forgot with the Hurley shirt on is Jacob Ross for helping. Thank you, Jacob.
You may notice we have another exhibitor in the show ring wearing a gray polo. That senior is Callie Huber. The green or the gray polos are sponsored by Withoff Farm Supply.
Okay, as we get into the next class, and I think we just continue to ramp up the heat here. We got two that have both had really good rate of gains, but their indicators look like they should have gained well. Sound structured, big, pliable through their center cavity, have the muscle, have the dimension that we're after. The one that I'm going to opt to use is just so impressive through that one center cavity. That'll be the young lady with the red butted one here. She's going to go ahead and be your class winner. That one's center body is just so robust, pliable, a lot of internal dimension work in that particular pig. Sound structure, square in its build, just a good place. Now, is it starting to maybe have a little extra condition? Yeah, I think you're going to have that as we start working up to these heavier weights. The young man does have one that is a little better in its maybe condition, a little shapely at the mid portion of that one's back because of that, but not quite as just bold right there through that one's forerib, not quite as wide at the ground, not quite as just overall massive when we see that one come and go, but at the same point, taller, longer, more extended, which indicates that it should go to a heavier weight at a leaner value. And so that's kind of why we're after that. Young man has a really nice pig to end up in second in this particular class. The next one ending up, here's one that does have some dimension working down this one's top, stout, heavy duty at the ground, robust overall in its dimension, heavy duty at the foot size, structure, overall just internal dimension that one has. Just have to redesign this one out of its rear skeleton. It just wants to get a little bit too much east to west instead of north to south out of its rear end, a little bit more just looseness there. If we can just redesign that one's hip and hind leg, I think we can move that one up. Young man's got one that grew really well, big bodied, has muscle, has shape. The front skeleton of this one's just not good enough. We just got to redesign that one through its front shoulder and front feet. It wants to get two rocked forward, two forward in its knee, and then it compensates for that by being flat-footed. And so as we start thinking about having that finisher full of these, have a little bit more just worry in my head as far as the structure concerned. But one that has obviously grown really well for that young man, really big-bodied, really productive in its appearance. Young lady's got one that is better on its front feet, front toes, but I still think it's rocked forward a little in its shoulder. But this one's probably just leaner and trimmer from a condition standpoint as we start taking this one to the cooler. I think we're going to have less lower 1/3 throwaway on this pig than the one directly in front of it. Maybe just not quite the extras of the one that ended up beating it. As we start coming out, the next couple pigs here, ones that maybe didn't have quite the growth, or maybe that didn't quite have quite the muscle of what we were after. This one directly in front of me, that's a sound structured one, doesn't have the rib, doesn't have the width of what the ones in front of it did. The next one coming out, shapely, expressive, should go to the cooler with some lean cutout, just not quite as internal, just massive. It's the narrowest in its build, narrowest in its overall construction, but good bodied, shapely type of a pig to end up down the line. Young man's got one that has the indicators of growth in this red kind of cheetah colored one. Just big bodied, productive in its skeleton, heavy duty, robust at the ground. Just maybe not quite able to get out of its rear skeleton quite as well. It wants to just rotate more than what we want to see, a little lower in its hip set than what we want to see. And then the young lady's got one coming out here, just a good, easy doing type of a pig that probably just didn't grow quite as well for this young lady. Maybe just like to redesign that one through its hock, wants to have a little too much set to its rear hock than what we'd like to see. But overall, nice class of production barrows. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 2 production barrows. First place in a purple, Tessa Bombi. Second place in a purple, Tate Bombi. Third place in a purple, Callie Huber. Fourth place in a purple, Peyton Brenneman. Fifth place in a blue, Taya Bombi. Sixth place in a blue, Elizabeth Hora. Seventh place in a blue, Presley Hora. Eighth place in a blue, John Hora. And ninth place in a blue, Allison Reed. About to enter the ring is Class 3 production barrows. Exhibitors in this class include Ethan Huber, Madison Gent, Hudson Gear, Tessa Bombi, Taya Bombi, Tate Bombi, Callie Huber, Peyton Brenneman, and TJ Brenneman. we have another senior 4-H'er in the show ring wearing his gray polo. That would be TJ Brenneman. And again, those gray polos are just special recognition for our 4-H seniors, and they are sponsored by Whitoff Farm Supply. Callie Huber is also wearing one of those gray polos. We have one announcement. If you showed in the single source swine show, we will need you in the show ring following the selection of the top 5 production barrows with no pigs. If you showed any single source pigs, we will need you back to the show ring following the selection of the top 5 production barrows, which will be right after this class. Following that selection, we will need all single source exhibitors back to the show ring so we can get you a top 10.
We're going to opt to keep back our top 3. We'll resort those here in a bit, but I'll talk through as we go 4th all the way down as we start going. The one that was the closest in contention, and I just kept coming back and forth in my mind, be the young lady on the far side. She'll be 4th place in this particular class. That one's just so robust in its rib cage, wide and square at the ground. Maybe it just doesn't have the shape that we're after. It's starting to get a little plainer and more nondescript in its appearance right behind its blade and the mid portion of that one's back. But I think as far as just the indicators of true mass and dimension, wide, square, good built type of livestock, starting to have a little extra condition with that as well. So she'll be 4th place in this particular drive. And then with that, the next one that'll be 5th place will be the young man in the middle of the ring. Here's one that's similar in its overall, as far as heavy duty at the ground, wide in its skeleton. At the same point, it's just got to get redesigned right there through its front shoulder. Just not able to get out and go quite as well as we wanted to see. So he'll be 5th place right here in the middle of the ring then. And then the next one coming out will be the tall gentleman there on the far side. He'll be 6th. This one at times also was one that we gave some really good looks. Tall, long, extended. This one has that lateness and maturity that we're after. But at the same point, didn't quite have that extra width, that extra dimension, that extra structural correctness of what some of the ones directly in front of it did. And then as we start moving on down the line, the young man that's going out next, out of the pen, he'll be next. So that's one's long, tall, extended, heavy muscle, the middle portion of that one back. Wanted to get a little narrow, not as quite as square, right as that one came right at you. And then as we start rounding out the class, the young ladies right here will be the next one. That one too, square from pin hock to ground, good through that mid portion of that one's body. Just didn't have as much just shape right on the mid portion of that one's back. And then the next one that's coming out, shapely, maybe just didn't quite have the growth that we were after compared to some of these ones at the top end of this class. We're going to be bringing back out the top 3, sorting through those. Those are ones that have that extra growth, has that extra dimension, and now it's just going to be kind of sorting through some of those details. So let's give those young exhibitors that we sent back to the barn a nice round of applause. Okay, real high quality class here, and as we start sorting through these, some of the things that are going through my mind, so we know the rate of gain, and if we think, okay, roughly 100 days on feed, a tenth of a average daily gain, we're going to pick up an extra 10 pounds in additional growth. And so if we're on a fixed time type of basis, that 10 pounds, maybe is worth $3. If we have time to feed them out a little bit longer, then you're just paying that yardage, so maybe 50 cents. So if we say on average $2 for every tenth is what's going through my head. Okay, does the rest of the traits make up that $2 a difference as we start moving on down the line? Then you start talking about feed conversion. Do they have the structural correctness? Do they have the body from a feed conversion standpoint? So if we say a tenth of feed conversion on 250 pounds, that's 25 extra pounds of feed. 12 cents a pound, we're at $2.50 to $3. Same thing from a mortality perspective. These are representatives of their total closeout, their total finishing barn. And so it's nothing to have 1% late-term mortality due to lameness, and so that's where we're really trying to be critical on the structure of these pigs. And if we say $200 a pig, 1% mortality, we're at $2. And so those are kind of the 3 kind of indicators that I'm after. We know one of them for sure, and so that's why those heavyweight, fast-growing pigs have moved their way up to the top. But with that being said, I think there's one that wins this class pretty handily. It hit the ring, and it's going to be hard to beat. As we start bringing the rest back out, that'll be the young man in the gray shirt. I mean, that's a nice type of a market hog to go ahead and win this particular class. That one's just really wide, square, robust. We could pick it up on its front pasterns, definitely, and I think that's something that if you want to get super critical, that one could be redesigned there. But as far as having that kind of robust center skeleton, that one just needs to go ahead and move its way up to the top of the class. Then I think you got some differences there between second and third. The one that I opted to go ahead and use, the one that I think is just getting out of its front skeleton a touch better here today, and it's wider right behind its blade than the one that's going to end up in third, more robust right there through that one's center cavity. Really nice place to go ahead and end up in second for this young lady. Then the young man's got one that's grown. Obviously, anytime you can get one above that 3.0 rate of gain, and we said earlier, 2.2 is going to be kind of your average, so we're picking up 0.8 a gain. Over 100, I mean, that thing's growing. It's smoking, but the rest of these are no slouch either, and so that's where we kind of sort it down to that third place hole. It is shapelier out of its rear end, ham stifled than what the one directly in front of it was. But as we look at the indicators of growth, indicators of width, indicators of muscle, it narrows and tapers to its base more than what the other two do. It's plainer and more nondescript right behind its front shoulder, and could also redesign that one out of its front skeleton just a touch more. But I think we have 3 really high quality pigs to end up in this particular drive. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from Class 3 production barrows. First place in a purple, TJ Brenneman. Second place in a purple, Callie Huber. Third place in a purple, Peyton Brenneman. Fourth place in a blue, Taya Bombi. Fifth place in a blue, Hudson Geyer. Sixth place in a blue, Tate Bombi. Seventh place in a blue, Ethan Huber. Eighth place in a blue, Tessa Bombi. And ninth place in a blue, Madison Gent. We are now going to select your top 5 production barrows.
Well, I probably talked a little bit too long on that last class, and that one pig was out there quite a while, and so these pigs aren't meant to just get out and go and go and go and go. They're in a, normally going to be in a smaller pen, and so getting a little tight, getting a little tired out here is probably to be expected. With that being said, as I said, when they hit the ring, there's one that I thought won that class pretty easily, and I thought there was one that won this show pretty easily. Young man out of that heavyweight class is going to be your champion. Congratulations to him. As we come out here and pick our reserve in the barrow division here, I think we got some differences in frame size and where they're going to max out just from a lateness and maturity standpoint. I'm always going to be one that we need to get these pigs later maturing. That's what we're selecting for lean gain per day of age, and that's what that formula is also going to be selecting for. But as a genetics company, we're trying to get these pigs that can go to these heavy weights and do it efficiently. And do it without putting on too much extra condition. We got to have some condition, but not too much extra condition. And so from a frame size perspective, I think there's one out here that just goes ahead and wins that second place division. It still has the muscle, still has that structural correctness. Second out of that heavyweight division is going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations. Okay, now as we bring the next one into contention, and that one, as we talked in class, that one's rate of gain was awfully impressive. I think there's another one just from basics of build, structural correctness, rib, body, having all the just intangibles that we're after to make a productive type of a market hog that should go as a representative of its total finisher. That should be if we say that one's the average of that finisher, there's really no issues. So that total finisher should go in an efficient manner. Young lady with the red butted one is going to be your third out. Congratulations.
All right, results from our production barrow lives. Your champion went to TJ Brenneman. His awards were sponsored by DeKalb Feeds, a cash award by KCTC. Your reserve went to Callie Huber. Her award was sponsored by Ron Carroll. Third place, Tessa Bombi. Fourth place, Tate Bombi. And fifth overall, Callie Huber. As a reminder, those 5 will need to come back after the selection of our production gilts later. Now, we ask all single source exhibitors to go ahead and step in the ring without a pig. All single source exhibitors to the ring without a pig. Okay, for our single source results, our top 5 commercial or our top 5 single source will be receiving cash awards by the following donors: Ebert Painting, Washington County Pork Producers, Don Lewis Family, and Giro Genetics. I'm going to start with 10 and work our way down. In 10th place overall in the single source swine show this morning was Joseph Pasha. 9th was Kale Miller.
Hey, maybe tell him just to step out.
Yeah, go ahead and step forward when I read your name. 8th, we actually had a tie between Marissa Kalupa and Kenzie Miller. 8th, Dawson Zeiser. 6th, Ainsley Zeiser. 5th place, Henry Temple. 4th place, we had another tie between Hallie Heistoffer and Riker Myers. 3rd place, Sam Troyer. Your reserve single source commercial swine exhibitor was Xander Myers.
Oh, I know, I have it.
His banner is sponsored by Ryan and Logan Bell family. And your champion single source swine exhibitor was Annie Troyer. And her banner is sponsored by Wellman Produce. Congratulations to all of our single source swine exhibitors.
Again, I'd like to thank Dean Sarin and Sarin Pork and for supplying the pigs for the single source. Again, this year it's been a very good project and helped. I think we at least doubled our numbers on the single source compared to what we had last year. So let's give Dean a hand and for supplying the pigs and helping those kids out.
Now entering the ring is our first class of the production guilds. Exhibitors in this class include Elizabeth Hora, Presley Hora, John Hora, Allison Reed, Tatum Erig, Madison Gent, Taya Bombi, and Audrey Huber.
two nice pigs to go ahead and work their way up into the purple ribbon division, and I think they both cover the basics that we're after. I think there's one that does so with just a little better front pastern, does so with just a little bit more shape working down the mid portion of this one's back, and that'll be the young lady directly in front of me. She'll be your class winner in this particular drive. Congratulations to her. Could we redesign that one right through that one's front shoulder? Yes, but I think that's getting pretty critical in this particular class. That one's got so much shape and expression down the mid portion of that one's back. You watch that one go away. A lot of shape and expression. That one's ham and stifle, just a heavy muscle type of a pig that's grown well for that young exhibitor. We got just kind of an easy doing, easy fleshing type of a pig to end up in second here. Big bodied, internal, a lot of internal dimension. We just got to redesign that one up through its front pasterns, allow it to just get out and be a little bit more secure on its front foot. Young lady is going to have one that's going to come out in third here. Here's one that might be just a touch better on its front foot. That one's really deep-hearted, deep-centered, got a lot of body and mass working in that one. Maybe just not quite as comfortable on the drive as what the two directly in front of it were. Maybe not quite as shapely right at the backside of its shoulder as what the first two were as well. But that's a nice pig in its own right, big-bodied, sound-structured, heavy-duty. Just redesign that one right behind its front shoulder, and we move that one up. We got another one that's going to go to the cooler with a lot of lean cutout. Young lady's done a nice job with this particular pig, and it's a little bit lighter on the growth rate than what some of the ones directly in front of it were, but I think it deserves that recognition kind of moving up towards the top end of this class because of that shape that it has and expression it has working down its top. A lot of muscle in that particular pig. Still does that in a sound, structured, easy-doing type of a package. Can we give that one just a shot more rib and body? Yeah. But I think that one's just a good cooler-oriented type of pig to end up in this particular division. Got one that has that ribbon body coming out next. Deep-hearted, deep-centered, deep-flanked, level in its overall construction. Just got to give this one a shot more just shape and expression compared to the one directly in front of it. The next one coming out, we just got to redesign from a structure perspective, but at the same point, that one's got a lot of muscle and mass working in that particular pig as well. Young lady's got one coming out. Here's another one, shapely, expressive. This doesn't have that width and power that we're after. It's narrow. It's one of the narrower made ones. And so as we talk about that narrow chestedness, not quite as robust, not quite as bold in its rib, not quite as just massive in that overall loin dimension. Young lady's got one that's really deep-hearted, deep-centered. Doesn't have that shape and expression that we're after. A little bit lighter muscle than what some of the other ones are. A little heavier and wastier in its condition. But nice project for that young lady. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from your first class of production gilts. First place in a purple went to Madison Gent. Second place in a purple, Tatum Ehrig. Third place in a blue, Audrey Huber. Fourth place in a blue, Presley Hora. Fifth place in a blue, John Hora. Sixth place in a blue, Taya Bombi. Seventh place in a blue, Elizabeth Hora. And eighth place in a blue, Allison Reed. Now entering the ring is your second class of production gilts. Exhibitors in this class include Elizabeth Hora, John Hora, Macy Ehrig, Mason Gent, Taya Bombi, Ethan Huber, Tate Bombi, Tessa Bombi, and Callie Huber.
nice three to go ahead and keep back out here and kind of discuss. And the one that I'm going to opt to use is the one that just comes at you with just the most internal mass dimension, deep-hearted, deep-flanked, a lot of width working down this one's top, goes wide to the ground from behind, and that'll be the young lady in the gray shirt. She's going to go ahead and have your class winner. Congratulations to her. Also, it has the most impressive rate of gain of a gilt that we've seen so far today as well, but I think it's done that because it has the structure in the body to go ahead and get to those heavyweights in an efficient manner. The next one I'm going to opt to use is going to be this young man's one. When that one hit the gate, I thought that was going to be our class winner. Really like the rib cage this one possesses. So bold and pliable through that one's center cavity. Just soft and internal, a lot of internal dimension. Doesn't go to the ground quite as wide and square and true as what our class winner does. When you go right on top of it, it's not quite as pulled apart out of the backside of its blade as what our class winner was. But good basic type of a market gilt to go ahead and end up in second in this particular class. Young lady's got one here that it's got the structure, got the soundness that we're after, got more shape working down this one's top than what some of the other ones do. Just not quite as bold right there through that one's forerib, not quite as expansive all the way through as what the two directly in front of it were, but I still think that's a really nice one to end up in that third hole. The one that we're going to have come out next here is one that we definitely was in consideration. We gave poor purples in this particular class. Here's one that has the growth, has that dimension that we're after, comes at you wide, square true, but looks like it maybe just favoring leg here today, not quite as comfortable on the move. Wanting to just favor that one, and so not quite as comfortable, but I still think that's more of an injury than a structure concern. Just heavy duty, fast growing, good doing type of a market hog to end up in that fourth place hole. Really shapely, expressive one at the mid portion of this one's back. Young man's done a nice job, skin and hair, getting this one presented. At the same point, structurally, we just got to redesign this one. Wants to be too far underneath of itself. You can see it's starting to get a little bit of slat sore, some calluses on the outside of that one's hock. I think it's just got too much set to that hock, and so it's not quite as comfortable, not quite as coordinated on the go, but shapely, expressive. Good job to that young exhibitor on getting that one presented. The young man's got one that coming out next. Big, bold, productive kind of center cavity, level in its overall design, got some muscle, got some shape. Just got to redesign this one structurally out of its rear skeleton. Just not quite comfortable enough on the go. And then we could also push this one back on its front knee as well. Here's a really wide-chested, bold, massive one. When you get right on top of it, that one's got a lot of mass working down that one. Wants to get a little bit more compact, a little bit just more pushed together, and then a little steeper hip. We can pull that tail head up, allow it to just get out and go. I think we can move that one up quite a bit. Young lady's got one that maybe just didn't grow quite as well for her, but I still think a shapely, expressive one that should go to the cooler, some lean cutout, good in its forerib, good in its overall body, just didn't get there from a rate of gain perspective. Young man has one that maybe from a personality perspective we'd like to redesign it, but still at the same point, square in its build, got some muscle, got some dimension, just not quite having the extra muscle and dimension of what the ones directly in front of it had. Good type of market hog to go ahead and round out this particular class. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Okay, real nice class here in the heavyweights. We got some really good, respectable rate of gains, and I think we got ones out here that have all gained well, and if you look at just their basic fundamentals, there's a reason they've gained well. Sound structured, big ribbed. The one that I'm going to have to use is just the widest and squarest to the ground. Really love this one's 4-rib, productive, pliable through that one's center cavity. That'll be the young man in the gray shirt. That's just a really nice market gilt to go ahead and win this particular class. Congratulations to him. As the drive wore on, probably got a little stiff, but I think plenty good structured for this class and this show here today. Young lady in the gray shirt's going to have second in this particular drive. Just a good doing, easy feeding type of a market gilt. That one's got some ribs, some body, depth of heart all the way back to that one's flank. Just not quite as shapely or wide when that one comes right at you. Young lady on the far side with the mostly white gilt there. That one's got a lot of shape working down that one's back. It's the most expressive of the top end here, and definitely appreciate that about that one. It's the steepest hip. It wants to stay up underneath of itself too much from behind, gets more restricted out of its rear skeleton, but really shapely and expressive, should go to the cooler with some lean cutout. Young man's got one here that's grown really well. As the drive wore on, just wants to rotate and get stiffer out of that rear skeleton. Not quite as just square and true out of the backside of that one's blade as what some of the ones directly in front of it were. But really fast, fast growing, heavy muscle type of a pig, just doesn't have the extras of the top 4, but I think 4 really high quality type of production market hogs to go ahead and work their way up towards the top end of this class. Young lady's got one, mid portion of that one's back, got some shape, expression, stout. As the drive wore on, maybe just a little bit more restricted on the move, just not quite as coordinated out of that rear skeleton. The next one coming out here, here's another one that we got some shape and expression up high, maybe not quite the extras from a structure perspective. Wants to just get more uncoordinated when we compare it to the ones directly in front of it. Wants to rotate out of that rear skeleton, just not stay as secure to the ground out of its rear skeleton as what some of the other ones were. Young man's doing a nice job getting this one presented, pulled apart when that one drives right at you. A lot of shape working down that one's skeleton. Just wants to be a little bit more uncoordinated on the go. Wants to get a little bit just more PC from a skeletal perspective. Wants to throw that rear hock more than what we like to see. Then the young lady's got one that is a structure advantage over the ones directly in front of it. But we just got to have more internal dimension in this one. It's the narrowest of this particular drive. It's the flattest in its rib of this particular drive. Overall, really nice class of production market hogs. Looking forward to the overall here in the Barrow division.
Results from Class 3 production gilts. First place in a purple, TJ Bredeman. Second place in a purple, Callie Huber. Third place in a purple, Macy Ihrig. Fourth place in a purple, Peyton Brenneman. Fifth place in a blue, Tessa Bombi. Sixth place in a blue, Tate Bombi. Seventh place in a blue, Hudson Gear. We are now going to select your top 5 production gilts. Following the selection of our top 5 production gilts, we will need the top 5 production barrows back to the ring. Following the selection of our top 5 production gilts, we will need the top 5 production barrows back to the ring.
Well, once again, as we bring out the overall gilt show here, I think we got some high quality representatives of their particular divisions. Obviously we got some differences from a rate of gain perspective, but at the same point I think we just have good basic type of market hogs here that are good enough in their structure, good enough in their body, have enough have enough just overall muscle composition, rib structure to go ahead and be a productive type of market hog. With that being said, there's one that when it hit class, I thought right away there was going to be our champion. Just so robust in this one's rib cage. You get right on top of it, how expansive it is from where that one's forerib is, or blade is, blending into that one's forerib is awfully impressive. Wide, square, true. Starting to tighten up a little bit, but it came out of the last class, so I think that's to be expected. Young man out of the heavyweight's going to be your champion. Congratulations. Okay. Pigs are starting to get hot. Pigs are starting to get tight. There's another one in that particular drive that I thought was just a good basic type of a market hog, sound structured. Maybe just didn't have the extras that the champion did, but I don't think any of them in the show today had that kind of extras from the gilt perspective. Second place in that last class is going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations. We bring the third out in that class, and as I said in that class, I thought there were some really high quality individuals. Maybe didn't have the extras of what the two above it, but this one's got as much shape and spread and mass as anything out here. Still does that in the sound structure package. Third place in that last class is going to be your third out. Congratulations. Okay, as we bring the fourth out, we're going to go ahead and just keep that class all the way together. Fourth out in that class is going to be your fourth overall. Congratulations, young man.
Results from our production guilds. The top 5 will be receiving cash awards from the following sponsors. In memory of Robert Bonner, Washington Ag Supply, Washington State Bank, and United Animal Health. Your champion went to TJ Brenneman. His banner was sponsored by Derek and Jalissa Bombi. Cash award by Mike Hammond family. Reserve went to Callie Huber, sponsored by Cody and Chelsea Branstead. Third overall went to Macy Ihrig. Fourth, Peyton Brenneman. And fifth, Callie Huber. We are now going to select our overall champion production hog.
So anyway, we're going to bring out one, the champion Barrow and the champion Gilt, and we are going to find our grand champion market production hog. We're only going to have 2 pigs in the ring, the Gilt, the champion Gilt, and the champion Barrow. So bring the champion Barrow out. I believe our champion Gilt's already out here. So that's what we're going to do next. And then we're going to come up with the top 5. Is that right? Top 2. Just 2. We're going to go for the grand and reserve overall production hog.
Following the selection of our overall production, we will need some exhibitors back to the ring, just the exhibitor, for some overall production on scan data. Those exhibitors we need back are Peyton Brenneman, Callie Huber, and TJ Brenneman. I know they are out in the ring exhibiting right now, but following this selection, if you could come back without your pig, that would be great. And following that announcement, we will move into showmanship, just so everyone is aware and getting their showmanship hogs ready at this time.
As we come back out here for the grand drive and the production show, just want to say thank you to the ring help. Obviously, it's not been easy to get these pigs moving to where we need them to go. So if we could give a round of applause to the ring help, just keeping these pigs moving and organized. I think they did a great job here on the production show, which is not easy. And then I've been here a couple of years. Just want to say thank you to the committee there on the swine side for inviting me back. It's something that I really enjoy, and hopefully we can just share some knowledge with some of these youth. And for those that are, maybe just showing show pigs in the back, coming out here and just looking at the 2 that we have in contention. So these are the 2 that are in contention, champion Gilt, champion Barrow. I still think that if you just look at them as a market hog, there's just a lot of good value in these types of hogs. Square in their build, wide in their skeleton, comparatively. They're bold in their rib cage, they're heavy muscled, and then they've grown extremely well. Trying to get pigs to grow at 2.8, 3.0 rate of gains is just absolutely incredible. As I said earlier in the day, average rate of gains in the industry on closeouts probably in that 2.2 range. So 0.8 of an average daily gain. If you say 100 days, that's an extra 80 pounds. These things are absolutely cranking from a growth perspective. As we went throughout the day, tried to pick the ones that I think that if they represent the average pig within a finisher, what is that finisher going to do from a closeout perspective? If there's a structure concern, it's going to be amplified throughout that finisher. If there's a rib, body, if it looks like they're not going to be efficient, if it looks like they're going to have mortality issues, it's going to be amplified within that finisher. And so with that being said, the one that I think is the most fault-free, it's not the fastest growing one, but I really like that Gilt. Congratulations on the exhibitor. And I think the young man might have picked the wrong one for what I liked, but congratulations to him. bring the second place gilt into contention. And I think when the two pigs that I'm going to use for Grain Reserve hit the ring, I thought those were the two pigs that needed to win pretty quickly. And so taking nothing away from that reserve gilt, the Barrow's going to be a reserve champion. Congratulations. That's a nice hog.
Results from your overall production. Your champion went to TJ Brenneman, and his banner was sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. Your reserve champion overall production was also TJ Brenneman. Again, his banner was sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers. Third was Callie Huber. Fourth, Macy Ehrig. And fifth, Peyton Brenneman. At this time, we will go over the overall production swine on scan. The following exhibitors I need to the show ring: Peyton Brenneman, TJ Brenneman, and Callie Huber. Your fifth, go ahead and step forward when I call your name. Your fifth overall production on scan data was Peyton Brenneman. Your fourth overall production on scan was TJ Brenneman. Your third overall production on scan was Callie Huber. Your reserve champion overall production on scan, Peyton Brenneman. And your champion overall production on scan, TJ Brenneman. Their awards were sponsored by Washington County Pork Producers, and the scanning was sponsored by Brenneman Pork. Congratulations to those exhibitors. TJ's banner was sponsored in memory of Ray Shaver, and Peyton's banner was sponsored by Ruba Feeders.
Well, really appreciate the opportunity to step up in here and judge senior showmanship. Obviously, we got some quality individuals, and we'll have some quality individuals throughout the day. And so we're both on the same page as we start looking through these and start evaluating showmanship, what we're after, and kind of what we're going for is just, you know, that individual that has that calm demeanor, able to get that pig where they want to go in an efficient, calm, cool, collected manner, and not make too many mistakes. And that we're going to opt to use maybe at times wanted to just drift a little bit more than what we want to see. But I think when you start talking about totals, young lady with the Duroc is going to be your champion. Congratulations. Then it was real close. The one that we're going to opt for second is going to be the young man with the blue butt. He's going to be reserve champion senior showman. Nicely done, and as the drive wore on, he actually kept getting better and better and better. He was actually closer to the judge, more appropriate in his distance to the judge than when we compare him to the one that actually beat him as the drive kind of started to go on. But just some of those little things, especially as we kind of hit that ring, really appreciated the young lady with the Duroc. Honorable mention will go to the young man with the belted barrow there. If we could just get that thing to catch a gear, just want to be a little bit slow, a little bit just lazy in the overall drive. If we can pick that thing up from a speed perspective, I think that one definitely was in contention. So congratulations to all those senior showmen.
This is a really unique situation when we have both judges here. Brady has done the commercial hogs, and Ty came in. We'll be judging the show pigs later on, but then we do the showmanship together, and they both stay here. And they decided that Ty will judge this class, the intermediates, and then when we get to Top Gun, which is when 23, 24, and this year's champion all come in, they will both judge that together. And it's really interesting. I doubt if any county does it like this, but we really appreciate it because the hogs are fresh, you know, for the and then also the commercial hogs can come in too. And so, you know, it's the first time you see a lot of these kids in here. So this is a great opportunity, and I have to give a lot of credit to the commercial hogs because the show people are really cranking it up and doing a really good job this year. I was very impressed how they showed their hogs this year. So keep it up, guys.
Results from your senior showmanship class. Your champion went to Haley Brunn, and her award was sponsored by Vidito Insurance. She also received a cash award by the Tipsy Travelers and DeKalb Feeds. Your reserve went to Brennan McGuire. His award was sponsored by Giro Genetics. Currently in the show ring is your intermediate showmanship.
Well, as we hit our second group of showmanship here, I'm really looking forward to being here today and judge the show pigs here later on. I think we got an awesome group here. Let's give all these young people a nice round of applause for just stepping up here and doing what they need to do. I think there's about 4 or 5 of you that just kind of come to the top right away, but as we study them and as I talk to Brady and that, I think there is one that kind of just comes to the top in terms of they're just very smooth and maybe doesn't rush it. Every once in a while you want to get just a little farther away. I really like it when you can give me when you come at me and I can see a chest view and you can angle off and go around and hit them holes. I'm pretty big about that, and I think this young person did, and just the style and the balance that she did is awesome. Young lady right there in the middle will be our champion. From there, it gets kind of challenging. I think that kind of comes down to 2 young men that did a super job. They maybe just want to get just a little bit faster than what we like. They don't maybe quite as smooth. Then there's a young lady that maybe I really like her how she does it, but she wants to drift just way too far for me. So it gets kind of challenging and where you want your priorities, and I guess that's why we get paid the big bucks today, is to give our opinion and what we want to do. I think the next one to me that does the best, it kind of follows our young lady that wins. I really like him. He wants to get just a little tick too fast, but the young man there on the far side will be our reserve champion. Young man there to the right was very close. His gilt's kind of slowed down a little bit. I hope we haven't worn her out for later, but he's another one that does a very good job. Young lady right here, love what she does. She just gets a little bit farther away, just needs to be a little bit closer. Young lady with the production hog, I think she does a super job too. Get that pig to move like she does. She just, when I stepped in behind her, she kind of went in between me and the pig to kind of want to go around the front. These 2 young men did super job. Just need more eye contact. I kind of lost you and you kind of want to drift away, but keep up the good work.
Results from your intermediate showmanship. Your champion went to Madison Gent. Her banner was sponsored by Kennedy Insurance Agency, and she will be receiving a cash award sponsored by both the Tipsy Traveler and Decal Feeds of Huber Feed. Your reserve intermediate showman was William McWhirter. His banner was sponsored by Giro Genetics. Now in the show ring is your junior showmanship.
nice division here, and I think the future of this county is really bright. Obviously, this county's been known throughout time as being one of the top counties here in Iowa, and I think you can see that from the youth that we've already had come through that showmanship side, and the pigs we've had come through showmanship side. But I think as we look at these youth and as we start looking at this junior division, let's give a nice round of applause for all these junior exhibitors out here. Really, really nice job. And with that being said, I think everybody does a nice job, but there's one individual we came into agreement on that needs to win this division, and I think wins this division pretty quickly, just as far as poise, getting that pig where they need to be at all times, and doing that in a calm, collected manner, having that ring presence. There's little things that we can work on, but at the same point, this young lady right in the middle of the ring is going to be your champion. Congratulations to her. And then before we pick the reserve, just a couple little things that we're looking for in showmanship, just as an indicator for all you guys to go ahead and kind of think through how do we improve and take that next step. When you're walking in that ring, what we're after is to see that chest shot, to see that side view, and then turn and walk away so we can see that rear view. We want to see all three views right away as soon as they hit the gate, get that mental image in our mind, and we know, okay, you're top end, bottom end, middle of the road, but we need to get those views right off the bat. And so just to kind of talk through some honorable mentions as we go through, these aren't going to be the ones maybe necessarily that we're going to get used, but I just want to give some honorable mentions out here. From the commercial division, the young man over here does a really good job from an intensity standpoint, getting that pig presented. At times, maybe just distance-wise we can work on, but young man, you do a nice job getting that commercial pig presented. As we start talking about some other honorable mentions here, young man with the wide belted gilt over there, hit the ring. Nice job. As the drive's worn on, maybe started to drift off a little bit farther than what we want to see. Young man in the middle of the ring. When you hit the ring, you did a great job. Gave me an awesome chest shot, side view, and then you just kind of disappeared. Always pay attention to where that judge is at, know where they're at, have that intensity, have that drive. So with that being said, the young man that we're going to opt to use for our reserve champion junior showman is going to be this young man right here. Congratulations.
Results from your junior showmanship. Your champion was Lauren McWhirter. Her banner was sponsored by the Kyoto Vet Clinic. She also will receive cash awards from Cedar Family Farms, DeKalb Feeds, Huber Feed, and a swine show brush sponsored by Joe, Gwen, and Tad to Brockhorse. Your reserve was Lane Schott. His banner was sponsored by Giro Genetics. Now entering the show ring is your Top Gun showmanship.
Now we have the Top Gun competition. We actually started this a few years back, and I think it was the sheep department that started it first, and we just thought it was such a good idea that we thought we'd do it too. And these are people that have already won showmanship, and they also, we go back as far as 2 years ago. So that would be 23, 24, and this year's one. So it is really, really, as you can see out there, these kids are really on it. And I really appreciate this. Why don't we give them a round of applause? They're all champions. We really appreciate them bringing their hogs to the ring, and they're doing a phenomenal job.
Following the selection of our Top Gun showman, we will be announcing our winners of the Junior Master Pork Producer test. So we will need the following exhibitors to the ring after this selection of your Top Gun showman. We need Lane Schott, Bristol Young, Preston Ford, Tessa Bombi, Peyton Ford, and Callie Huber. Again, we need you following the selection of your Top Gun showman. We will do the announcement of our Junior Master Pork Producer test winners.
I don't think I got the right end of the deal here. This one's just a little bit challenging for me. Let's give them a big round of applause. And it should be challenging. These are the winners right here that from the years past, and they do a phenomenal job here today. And like I told Brady, I said, I really don't think you could go wrong with any of them because I love their intensity and right where they are. And we had some discussion about 4 or 5 of them, and it just kind of comes down to a personal preference of what you want to do and where you want to be. I mean, pace is good. Some of you maybe get a little bit farther away. But there is one individual out here that I guess I'm going to probably trump Brady just a little bit because I do like the way that she does things. She kind of waits back, and I mean, she finds a hole, and I love that because she'll get out here and you get the side profile of the pig and just tremendous. Once in a while, she does just get a little bit farther than maybe I would like. But I love her intensity, and I love she always knows where she needs to be. Now our Barrow's kind of getting a little rank on her just a little bit, but the young lady there on the far side is going to be our champion Top Gun showman. From there, it's kind of just little personal preferences and little things and little pet peeves as judges of where you want to be, and that's kind of what it comes down to. A couple of you kind of walked in behind your pig when I got behind him. That's kind of a pet peeve of mine when you put your hand kind of in the middle or back. I think most of you are pretty good there that you do have brushes, and it doesn't bother me whether you have a brush or your hand. So I think it's just personal preference. It kind of comes down to, I guess, in my opinion, the young young man in the middle and the young lady with the painted up barrow. I think both those individuals do a very, very good job. Kind of personal preference. I think the young man was just maybe a little bit closer, didn't drift quite as much, so he would be our reserve champion. If we had a third place young lady with the painted up would be right there. Young lady with the Duroc does a superb job. She just kind of walked in behind her. Young lady with the calico, just I would like to see her be just a little bit smoother. Young lady right here just drifts just a little bit farther, and that's getting pretty nitpicky. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back.
Results from your Top Gun Showmanship. Your champion went to Madison Gent. Her banner was sponsored by KCTC, and she will be receiving cash awards also from KCTC, as well as Bruce and Leanne Watson, and a show brush sponsored by Norman Pumping. Your reserve Top Gun Showman went to Preston Ford. Okay, now we are going to do our Junior Master Pork Producer test. So I need the following exhibitors to the ring: Lane Schott, Bristol Young, Preston Ford, Tessa Bombi, Peyton Ford, and Callie Hubert. Just the exhibitors to the ring at this time, please. Again, the exhibitors we need: Lane Schott, Bristol Young, Preston Ford, Tessa Bombi, Peyton Ford, and Callie Huber. All of the awards these kids are about to get are sponsored by the Washington County Pork Producers, and their banners are all sponsored by Dr. Cody Branstead and family. All right, we'll get started. In the junior division, your reserve champion goes to Lane Schott. Go ahead and step forward and receive your award. The champion in the junior division was Bristol Young. In the intermediate division, your reserve was Preston Ford, and your champion was Tessa Bombi. In your senior division, your reserve was Peyton Ford, and your champion was Callie Huber. Congratulations to those exhibitors, and thank you for participating in our Junior Master Pork Producer test. Now entering the show ring is our first and only class of our home-raised barrows. Exhibitors in the show ring are Emma Cole, Cash Cole, Anna Greiner, Jacob Leib, and Jovi Evans. We would also like to take this time to introduce you to our judge today. Our judge is Ty Engel. Ty comes to us from Good Hope, Illinois. He grew up and raised show hogs and cattle with his family. He attended Black Hawk East and then transferred to Western Illinois University, where he graduated with a degree in agricultural science. While in college, Ty was a member of 2 livestock judging teams that were very competitive at the national level. Ty is an account manager for Linder Show Feeds. He and his wife, Ronelle, raise show pigs, and their 2 children, son Mason and daughter McLean. Let's give him a big Washington County welcome.
Since this is the only drive of home-raised barrows, this is the championship drive for the home-raised market barrows. How the home-raised works is if you own the sow and farrower and all that, then the family or whatever, that's how we come up with the home-raised. After this, we'll do purchased. Obviously, that's pretty much self-explanatory, but anyway, we have 5 exhibitors in here, and he will eventually whittle it down to his grand and reserve champion home-raised barrow.
really good class. I think all 5 barrows have got a lot of quality to them, and just kind of putting my preferences and getting everything lined out. I'll be honest, I probably wasn't quite ready to have that deep a class. The first one out, I really commend these young people as they're trying to raise them. I think pretty easy. I guess the only thing that I felt like was very easy in my mind, young lady right here in front of me wins this class, wins this division. Real easy. I mean, I just really like this one from the side. And then you get on top of it, the spread and width that comes out through the top of its blade, maintains that back through the top of its rump. Very good in terms of heaviness of bone and heaviness of structure. I really like this barrow from the side. I love him. He is just a little bit smaller, so kind of where you want to put your priorities and things of those natures. I love his look. I like him out through his hip. Ideally, we'd like to raise him up on his front pasterns, but doesn't really restrict how he moves up through his front end. But that barrow, I think, has got a great future. This barrow here coming in third, I love his bone. I love his big hind leg as he leaves you. I guess where I get on him just a little bit is in terms of width and spread as he comes out of the top side of his blade. I wish he just had a little bit more there for as much mass as he has through the top of his rump. Young lady coming next. The young lady's barrow here coming next, another very long-strided, easy-doing type of a barrow. Just doesn't read quite as clean and neat from the side. Didn't read him quite as big at the ground for as much mass as he does have. One of the wider, thicker ones here, just read him as being just a little bit quicker in his maturity for me, a little bit shorter in his hip for me as well, but do admire this barrow for as much width and mass that he does possess.
Results from our one and only home raised barrow class, which will make these 5 barrows your top 5. They will all be receiving cash awards from United Animal Health, Washington Ag Supply, and Miss Emma's Junk Tinking at Slim's, as well as Fred Griner. Your champion went to Jovi Evans. Her banner was sponsored by Roger and Kathy Brenning. Your reserve went to Emma Cole. Her banner was sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. Third overall, Jacob Leib. Fourth, Anna Griner. And fifth, Cash Cole. Now entering the ring is our first class of purchased barrows. Exhibitors in the ring include Alexis Pasha, Tyler Rogers, Madison Gent, Layson Muntz, Mason Gent, Preston Ford, Isaac Striegel, and Madison Gent. One other announcement. We have been told it's someone in the show ring's birthday, so if we could give a big applause for Preston Ford, wishing him a happy birthday.
Well, I think a very nice class as we get moved in here to the purchase Barrows. I got to get a little bit used to this of the purples and blues. I apologize there on the last one. We're just kind of used to placing them right out of the gate. Got two really nice purple Barrows out here. I'll just talk quickly about them as we will see them later on today. Young man's barrow just really gives you a very good look. He's extended up through his front end. You give it through the top. He's extremely wide. Young lady's barrow, I love the stoutness there. Love the stoutness at the ground, and you get on top of it, still reads with a lot of spread and dimension down his top. I think that's a nice pair of barrows that here I have on the top end. Then as we go into third there, young man's barrow. Really gives you a good look from the side. I mean, he's extended up through his front end, maybe just a little bit longer about his face, but as you read him down his top, he still has good shape there. Doesn't have maybe the authority at the ground as I'd like to see today, but certainly a barrow for his extra added extension you do like. One of the real powerful ones here. I mean, he has opened up a tremendous amount of width there. Wants to get just a little bit shorter out through his hips, shorter up through his front end, but skin and hair looks great. Mass looks tremendous. Young man's barrow, another one that's extremely sound. He moves very good on his feet and leg. He too is extended up through his front end. When you read him from down his top, just not quite as massive there. Got another really good eye-appealing barrow here, and as we talk about length and extension through his front end, just didn't read him with as much cage or depth of rib there. Certainly one you'd like to stouten up at the ground as well. We got a Berkshire Influence pig here coming next, one that's really good from the side in terms of tall-fronted. Just didn't read him with as much width and mass, kind of the same way with the other one. Really a sound-moving pig. We just like to open him up and have more muscle expression from front to rear. Let's give those young people a nice round of applause as they go ahead and head on back.
Results from Class 1 Purchase Barrows. First place in a purple, Preston Ford. Second place in a purple, Madison Gent. Third place in a blue, Mason Gent. Fourth place in a blue, Madison Gent. Fifth place in a blue, Isaac Striegel. Sixth place in a blue, Layson Muntz. Seventh place in a blue, Tyler Rogers. And eighth place in a blue, Alexis Pasha. Now entering the ring is Class 2 Purchase Barrows. Exhibitors in this class include Callie Cole, Cash Cole, Emma Cole, Tess Burdo, Carly Greiner, James Muntz, Jack Greiner, and Isaac Striegel.
I think on the top end we got 3 really nice Barrows. We'll get to see them later. I'll talk quickly about them. We'll just talk about the Calico first. I really like him from the side. He gives you a really good profile, handles his feet and legs really well. Just get on top of him. You just kind of question, does he have enough there? Everywhere else, he's very, very, very good. Young man right there. Love this Barrow from the side and his power up through his top of his blade. Reads really good there. Wish he maybe just get out and go just a little bit faster, but certainly a Barrow that has a lot of advantages. Young man's Barrow here. I love him up through his front end. He's got a big hind leg on him. Just maybe wish he would balance just a tick better, but I still think there's a lot of positives. I think that's 3 really nice Barrows. Then in 4th, we'll run the other Calico. I guess the front 2/3 of him is I really do like. Opens good through his chest floor as you get off from the side. He wants to get a little shorter, rounder out through his hip. This Barrow here coming next. I loved him when he first came in. I like his hind leg in terms of his stoutness. Don't like where he positions his hind leg, but certainly has a lot of positives to him. Young lady's Barrow here coming next. Another very nice profiling Barrow. Is really extended up through his front end. Wants to get just a little shorter, rounder. Just doesn't balance there. We like to raise his tail head a little bit. Young man's Barrow has got tremendous amount of muscle through the top of his rump. Carries it all the way down. You get on top of him. I'd like to see more spread. Kind of the same way with the young lady's Barrow coming next. Very good on the profile, but as you get on top of him, you just like to see him bolder and wider, then we can move him up. Let's give him another big round of applause as they head on back.
Results from Class 2 purchase Barrows receiving purples, Cash Cole, Emma Cole, and James Muntz. 4th place in a blue, Carly Griner. 5th place in a blue, Jack Griner. 6th place in a blue, Callie Cole. 7th place in a blue, Isaac Striegel. Now entering the ring is purchase Barrows Class 3. Exhibitors in this class include Jack Griner, William McWhirter, Emma Griner, Lane Norman, Nicholas Peck, Lane Schott, Hadley Burke, and Layson Muntz.
Hello everyone, my name is Morgan Lichty. I'm 16 years old and I'm going to be a senior at Waco High School, and I am your 2025 Washington County Fair Queen.
Hello everyone, I'm Haley Plank. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Rod and Tammy Plank. I'll be a senior this year at Highland, and I'm your 2025 Miss Congeniality.
very interesting class here. I think we got some really neat pieces here on the top ends. They do a few things, though, I'd just like to fix in just certain areas. Maybe just not the complete one for me, as we say. But I will just talk quickly about him. This one's look and design and his spread through the top of his through the top of his blade. I really like that. I wish he was just a little bit longer and leveler out through his rump. Young man's barrow there probably has that advantage in terms of length of rump, but I wish he'd maybe just stride just a little tick better off his rear too. And I mean, I'm getting kind of critical of some pretty good barrows. Really the heavy bone, real stout, big-legged one here. Just when I get through the lower part of his rump, does he have enough? I guess those are just the kind of questions. We'll probably dissect them just a little closer as they come back, but I think 3 really nice purple barrows. A young man coming next, I love this one's stoutness at the ground. I mean, he has got a big old hind leg in him, as we had to leave him out here, and they said you could have 4 purples, but he just didn't fit to me in terms of the top 3. Just didn't see as fresh and youthful as maybe those top 3, but I do like this pig for his stoutness, particularly at the ground. Really like the elevation extension here in this barrow. Really strides out good just from the side. He just maybe gets not quite as massive through the top of his blade as I'd like to see. Another real extended pig that's probably a little bit longer bodied, but still, as we talk about length of body, I think this one still balances, so it's not a bad thing. He's one that as you get on top of him, just ridden readers with much power. A couple of barrows here coming next. They really are powerful, but just didn't have the overall look. They want to get just a little bit more jammed up through their front end, read with just a little bit more early maturing for me. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head on back.
Results from Class 3 purchased barrows. Receiving purple ribbons and will be coming back later, Jack Griner, Emma Griner, and Lane Norman. 4th place in a blue went to William McWhirter. 5th place in a blue, Lane Schott. 6th place in a blue, Hadley Burke. 7th place in a blue, Layson Muntz. And 8th place in a blue, Nicholas Peck. Now entering the ring is your Class 4 purchased barrows. Exhibitors in this class include Peyton Ford, Lane Schott, Hadley Burke, Tess Burdo, Charlotte Searin, Mason Gent, Lauren McWhirter, and Bodie Burrick. One announcement we have. If you receive a purple ribbon today, you are going to be getting from now on, you will be receiving a paper ribbon. We have gone through a record-breaking number of purple ribbons, which is not a bad thing to have. Please accept this as a substitute, and we will contact you when ribbons are back in stock and they can be picked up at the extension office. We are sorry for the inconvenience. You may notice we have 2 showmen in the ring wearing gray polos. Those are Charlotte Searin and Peyton Ford. Those gray polos signify our senior 4-H members, and they are sponsored by Whithoff Farm Supply. Let's get a round of applause for our senior 4-H'ers.
Another queen just came in, and would you like to stand and introduce yourself to the crowd?
Hello everyone, my name is Presley Hora. I'm the daughter of Kurt and Heather Hora, and I'm your Washington County Port Queen.
Congratulations. Can we get a round of applause for the Port Queen of 2025?
Got the three really nice barrows, I think all the way down into 8th. I mean, they all offer some neat pieces. It just kind of depends on where you want to put your priorities. And I think they got 3 really nice barrows. Young man's barrow here opens with tremendous amount of stoutness through the top of his blade. The barrow on the far side, I really like his neck and that. Obviously, you'd like to make him just a little bit longer and leveler out through his hip. Kind of the balanced one here the young lady has. I do love this one as you get off from the side. He's level, he's long out through his rump. Reaches and goes really good. That's probably been one of my favorite ones. The barrow coming next, I love his stoutness. I love his forearm and that. He's just not moving out quite as good off that right hind leg for me today. I just feel like he maybe hurt something up in his hip or something. That's too bad because that barrow, it does have a lot of neat pieces to him. Gray rump barrow, there's not a lot of holes in this barrow, but as you get on top of him, didn't read him quite as wide in terms of his spread down his top. Probably needs to open just a little bit through the upper part of his rib for me today. Another really nice design, skin and hair is immaculate on this barrow. Just didn't read him quite as stout at the ground for as much mass and dimension he does have up top. Got the blue barrow that's really massive. You get down his top, just doesn't handle his hind legs quite as well for me today. Then the barrow we're going to end up in 8th. He's another one that's really extended up through his front end, really looks good there. He too is one we'd just like to make him a little stouter at the ground. Let's give these young people in this class another nice round of applause.
Results from Class 4 of Purchase Barrows. Receiving purple ribbons and will be coming back in a little bit, Peyton Ford, Lane Schott, and Mason Gent. 4th place in a blue, Lauren McWhirter. 5th place in a blue, Bodie Burrick. 6th place in a blue, Charlotte Searin. 7th place in a blue, Hadley Burrick. And 8th place in a blue, Tess Berto. As a reminder, the currently entering the ring is Class 5 of Purchase Barrows. Following this class, we will need all purchased barrows that received a purple ribbon back to the ring. Again, if you have gotten a purple ribbon in a purchased barrow class, you will be needed back to the ring following this class.
Well, as we end up in this class, we got 3 purple barrows out here, still very nice. Young ladies painted up barrow. Really like how it moves. I wish it was just a little bit stouter at the ground for as much mass and dimension it does have. Blue barrow, really love him from the side, reaches out good. He's heavy boned, he's big footed. Maybe like to see a little bit more spread as you get it right on top of him. Predominantly black barrow. I love his hind leg in terms of his stoutness, how he puts it down there. He's one that maybe doesn't balance right behind his blade, but I still think those are 3 good barrows. It'll be interesting to see how they look as we get them back out here later on. As we get down here in, I guess, 4, 5, and 6, still got some very high quality barrows. Barrow coming next, got a good shape and dimension down his top. I just like to make him wider as he comes and goes and some match him up top. Young ladies barrow, very, very eye appealing from the side. You like him up through his front end. Didn't read him quite as stout at the ground compared to the ones in front of him. Kind of the same way the young ladies barrow. Love him from the side. Gives you a very good look. He's very flexible. Just like to make him stouter at the ground and just reach just a little bit better. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we end this purchase barrow division.
Lauren McWhirter, we have found your exhibitor number. It is at the show desk if you would like to get that back. Lauren McWhirter, we have your exhibitor number. Now in the ring, we are having your selection of your top 5 purchased barrows. All of these barrows have received a purple ribbon in one of the 5 purchased barrow classes. And we will be selecting a top 5. Following this selection of your top 5 purchase market barrows, we will need the top 5 home raised barrows back to the show ring to select our overall market barrow. So again, following this selection, we will need our top 5 home raised barrows back to the show ring if you would want to start making your way.
You know, when you come to the Washington County Fair, you better bring it because this is one whale of a barrow show. Why don't we put our hands together for the exhibitors right now? These are state fair quality barrows. This is not a normal county fair. This is a real tough, you know, some people call this the Washington Nationals, and some people call it Southeast Iowa State Fair. They don't say it lightly because the heat is here. And we have some great breeders in this county, and we have some great exhibitors. So the judge has got his work cut out for him, and I don't envy him. But thank the judge again for working through these so far. He's got his work cut out for him. Right now, we're down to the top 5 Barrows. And I want us to put our hands together because these are specimens of Barrows, and these kids deserve a hand. They're doing a well of a job out there.
Well, first of all, very good poker player, because if you could read my face, it's just a lot of things going through my mind and probably going too fast. My son tells me all the time I need to be just relaxed just a little bit as we're looking at pigs, because I kind of get into it more than probably some people do, but maybe not as much as some within this county. I know this is a very tough county. I think that all 14 of these pigs are exceptional. I think these 4 out here are really, really good. And you just kind of, I guess that's why I'm getting paid the big bucks today. I know you make a lot of money judging. That's really not why we do it. We kind of get out here and work with the kids, get to see really good livestock, and I think this is no exception today. Just this 4, I mean, there's 3 of them in my mind I just keep going back to, and they all kind of have different pieces that I really like, and they're 2 of them are a little bigger, one's a little smaller, not to take anything away from the 4th place one in my mind. The one I keep coming back to that just puts everything together for me, I love him when I get on the top side of his blade. He reads with a lot of spread. He's got a good hind leg. He's square. He's big. Young man right here is going to be our champion of this division. Just really, this barrel hit me really, really hard when he first came in. I just have really liked him ever since we've gotten, as we get on down the road. I think it was close between him and the reserve young lady right there in the middle. I do love this barrel as you get on top of him in terms of his stoutness of blade. He might be stouter at the ground, at his front foot than our champion, but I mean, that's getting kind of nitpicky here. This is a barrel that reads with tremendous amount of shape. Just didn't read him maybe quite as youthful and eye-appealing as our champion, but that's getting, like I said, nitpicky of an awful good barrel. I like him reserve as well. Then the barrel that I would love to feed probably for the Iowa State Fair, you give another 30 days on feed the belted barrel. I love his stoutness of forearm, his stoutness of skull, reads with the right amount of muscle down his top. Probably today I wish he would just maybe square up just a little bit in terms of mass as he has on top at the ground, but I think that's a very good barrel. The Calico barrel just runs into 3 heck of a pigs, in my opinion. I love this pig from the side. His balance, his look, his correctness. Didn't read him with as much spread purebred. He still has got a lot of spread for the size he is, but maybe just not quite as those first couple ones, but another high quality barrow. This is the barrow that gave me a lot of problems. The front 2/3 of him I do really like. I just wish we could fix him out through his rump, make him longer and leveler there. He gets right in the mix, but his kind of look and design I do like. Young man's almost predominantly black barrow. This is a stout bladed one. You get down through the top of his rump, he's really wide and he's massive. He wants to get pinched just a little bit for as much muscle he has right through his ham loin there. Another big, long, extended barrow as we talk about one that's very flexible. Didn't read him quite as stout at the ground to compete with the top end. Here's a barrow that really gives you a good profile. He's really wide through the top of his rump. Didn't read him maybe with as much spread and dimension right out of the top side of his blade compared to our top end. Barrow that probably just needs a little bit more fill here. He wants to get a little flatter, a little harder, but you do like his bone and wish he would reach just a little bit better, but certainly a barrow that has a lot of quality. Certainly the gray rump barrow, another really cool design one. We just spring him open. Young man's blue dot, really stout and massive on top. Just like to make him wider underneath. Predominantly black barrow, really, really stout. Kind of running out of, I guess he's not quite as youthful in his overall appearance for me today. Blue-eyed barrow, love his front end to fix him out through his rump. Then the 14th barrow, still very high quality barrow. Love him when you get on top side of him, just not quite as heavy boned at the ground.
Results from your top 5 purchased barrows. All of these 5 will be receiving cash awards sponsored by the following donors: Farmers Co-op, Mose Levy, and Sinclair Tractor. Your champion purchased barrow went to Jack Greiner, and his banner was sponsored by Bazooka Farm Store. Your reserve purchased barrow went to Peyton Ford. Her banner was sponsored by Hog Slap. Your 3rd overall purchase barrow, Madison Gent. 4th, Emma Cole. And 5th, Emma Greiner. We are now going to bring back your home-raised barrow to show against the purchase barrow to select your top 5 Grand Champion Market barrows.
Really nice pair of barrows out here as we pick our champion overall, and I assume this one maybe goes to the showdown. I'm not sure. I got to do the showdown in Donaldson it's probably been longer than I realized, 5-6 years ago. Extremely good quality there. As I remember, the Washington County barrow was extremely good, and he will not disappoint this year. I think this is a good pair, but the one I keep coming back to, I love his eye appeal, love his mass. Young man right here will have our champion. I guess I jumped the gun talking about showdown already. I'm used to Illinois and that, so I apologize on that. We bring in the reserve champion barrow in the purchase. I think another very high quality barrow, and I thought that pair was extremely close. I'm not going to split them up. I'm going to use the reserve for reserve overall. Well, for third overall here, I think we bring in another very good barrow, and it gets a little bit closer, I guess, in my mind. But as I still analyze them and step back, I think the one that I like the next best in third will be the third overall purchased. For fourth overall, as we bring in the next one, the Calico, another very nice, very high quality barrows I just talked about. But I think the home raised barrow kind of does it for me next. I read him with just more width, more mass down his top. He will be fourth overall. For fifth overall, as we bring in the reserve home raised, I really liked him in that division. Still like him. Got tremendous bone and forearm there. Read him with probably just a tick more spread for his age or where he's at, or in terms of his weight, not his age. But then our Calico, so I'm going to use the reserve home raised for fifth overall.
Results from your grand champion Market Barrow Drive. Your champion went to Jack Greiner. His banner is sponsored by the Feed Energy Company. Your reserve was Peyton Ford. Her banner was sponsored by Vidito Insurance. Your third overall Market Barrow went to Madison Gent. Your fourth overall Market Barrow, Jovi Evans. And fifth overall Grand Champion Market Barrow went to Emma Cole. Now entering the ring is your one and only class of home-raised market gilts.
Well, we only have one class of the home raised market gilts. I chose to start with the calico gilt. I think she just puts the most positives together for me today. I think she still moves very good. She's heavy boned. You get on top of her, reads with good amount of spread and dimension down her top. I think she is easily the winner. And then we have some differences of just kind of differences in direction you want to go. I'm going to follow in second with the almost predominantly black gilt on the far side. Really like this pig as you get on top of it in terms of its width and its mass. Ideally, I would like to make it a little neater and cleaner up through its front end. Then the young lady right here is going to be third. The belted gilt from the side is extremely good. You get on top of her. Ideally, you would like to open her up just a little bit in terms of width and spread down her top. Young man's gilt's probably the biggest back, biggest rear-ended one. Just doesn't balance out. Wants to get a little tighter in its spine for me today, a little flatter in its rib. But in terms of overall width and muscularity, probably excels anything in the class. Let's give them a nice round of applause for their home-raised pigs.
Results from your one and only home raised gilt class, which makes these your top 4 home raised gilts, which means they will all be receiving cash prizes. Those are sponsored by the following donors: United Healthcare, Washington State Bank, Brett West Family, Ameriprise Financial, DeKalb Feeds, Huber Feeds. Your champion went to Anna Greiner. Her banner was sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. Your reserve went to Emma Greiner. Her banner was sponsored by Nick and Jana Shala. Your third went to Georgia Evans. And your fourth overall went to Jace Evans. Now entering the ring is your one and only class of purchased market gilts.
get into our purchase market gilts here, I think the top three extremely good, and I think there's one that I just keep coming back to that I really like. I think she balances as well as any. She's big in her legs. She moves very good. She's very square as she leaves you. I think she's appropriate in terms of her muscle too. The young man right there in the middle is going to win this division. I just keep coming back to that one. I think she puts the most positives together. Young man on the far side is going to end up and be second. Don't like that gilt's attitude, but as we talk about her length up through her front end and balance, and I think she excels really there. She probably needs just a little bit more rib cage in her forerib for me, but I still think she's really good. I just would for sure would like to fix her attitude. Young lady, the gilt that's in third, when she first hit the ring, I thought that was going to be my class winner. You love her as you get on top of her in terms of her width and her mass. She's big in her cage. For as much mass and dimension she has, she just doesn't fit at the ground for this particular judge today. And I just don't think she has the overall eye appeal and balance that our class winning gilt possess. But that's three really nice gilts. Young man's blue-eyed gilt coming next. Really powerful as we talk about width out of the top of its blade and carries and maintains it through the top of its rump. I like to see it just a tick more flexible off its rear hock. Then we have a bigger gilt here coming next. I really like her for extension there. Probably reads to me maybe more like a breeding gilt than a market gilt, but has a lot of positives. You get on top of her upper part of her rib. I think she still reads with quite a bit of shape there. Another bigger gilt here, kind of a little bit past her prime, I think. Not quite as, or maybe as overall fresh in her appearance, but she is one that's really big about her center. Handles herself extremely good, just not quite as sharp and clean up through her front 1/3. One of the real shapely pigs here coming next is the blade to hip. Just when you get off on the side, just doesn't balance quite as, not quite as proportional as the ones in front of him. Solid black gilt. I do love it up through its front end. There's extension there. You get down its top, didn't read it quite as wide or balanced quite as good as the ones in front of them. One of the real heavy muscled ones here as we talk about back shape and width to the top of its rump. Excels in those areas. We'd like to fix its rear legs, make it more flexible in its rear hock. Got a pair of Berkshire influenced pigs here coming next. Pigs that aren't probably quite as far along, just need more groceries to move them up any higher.
Results from your only class of purchase market gilts. First place in a purple went to Lane Norman. Second place in a purple went to Mason Gent. Third place in a purple went to Haley Brunn. Fourth place in a purple went to Lane Schott. Fifth place in a purple went to Carly Griner. Sixth place in a blue went to Brennan McGuire. Seventh place in a blue went to Layson Muntz. Eighth place in a blue, Nicholas Peck. Ninth place in a blue, Callie Brink. 10th place in a blue, Tyler Rogers. And 11th place in a blue went to Alexis Pesha. Those will also be your top 5 purchase gilts. All 5 of them are receiving cash awards from the following donors: Washington State Bank, Brian and Shannon Griner family, Hills Bank and Trust, JBS, and Don Lewis family. Your champion purchase gilt: Lane Norman. Reserve, Mason Gent. Third, Haley Brunn. Fourth, Lane Schott. And fifth, Carly Griner. We are now going to bring back your home raised gilts for your selection of your top 5 market gilts.
Well, for our champion market gilt, home raised against purchase, nice pair of gilts out here. I think the one that suits me the best in terms of her stoutness of blade, tremendous shape and dimension. Young man that just wins that last division will be our grand champion. Well, as we bring out our reserve champion in that division, and you got her watered down, and her attitude is a little bit better. When she get out some moves, I just really like how she is in terms of her shape. It comes out of her blade, really good on the profile. I'm going to keep them two together. I'm going to go ahead and make her reserve champion. For third overall, as we analyze the two that are out here, I guess it's not we, it's me, but as I analyze them, I think the next one that suits me, and I thought those three gilts were pretty good, and I don't want to split any of them up, I'm going to go ahead and make the purchase gilt third overall. For fourth out, market gilt, I think the next one that suits me, just a little bit more flexible off its rear too, still has a very good look. The calico gilt, the home raised one, will be our fourth out. For fifth out, as we bring that one in, still very high quality in terms of width and mass, but I think the one that balances just a little better, the blue-eyed gilt, will end up and be fifth out market gilt. Congratulations to that young man.
Results from your Grand Champion Market Gilt Drive. Your champion went to Lane Norman. His banner is sponsored by Vidito Insurance. Your reserve went to Mason Gent. His banner is sponsored by Miss Emma's Junk Tinking at Slim's. Your third overall market gilt went to Haley Brunn. Your fourth overall market gilt went to Anna Greiner. And your fifth overall market gilt went to Lane Schott. Congratulations to those exhibitors. They will be back out here in contention for our overall market hog shortly. Now entering the ring is our first class of purebred market hogs. These are Chester Whites. Exhibitors entering the ring are Isaac Striegel, Madison Gent, Bristol Young, Hayden Norman, and Peyton Ford.
Got the three purples out here. I think we got three really nice Chester Barrows left out here. It'll be kind of neat once we get them back out here. Just quickly as we talk about them, a barrow that's really stout about his blade, maybe not quite as long striding as a couple of the other ones out here, but he is very stout through the top of his blade. Young lady's bigger barrow, really flexible, really long up through his front end. Then the other young lady with the crinkled-eared pig that is ginormous-legged and footed, but still reaches and goes. I think those three barrows will be pretty fun once we get them back in there. Let's give these young kids a nice round of applause as I talk about 4 and 5. 4 over here has really got a good look about him. Didn't read him quite as stout at the ground. A little bit more immature up through his head, but certainly a barrow still has some muscle and some shape. Young lady's barrow on the far side that's going to be 5th. He is a very stout barrow. Doesn't want to be here today and didn't really want to show himself off. Ideally, we'd like to make him a little cleaner and neater up through his front 1/3. Good class of Chester Barrows.
Results from your purebred Market Hog Chester White class: receiving purples, Madison Gent, Bristol Young, and Peyton Ford. Receiving blue ribbons, Isaac Striegel and Hayden Norman. Now entering the ring is your purebred Market Hog Duroc class. Exhibitors in this class include Bryson Davis, William McWhirter, Haley Brunn, Lane Norman, and Preston Ford.
Well, I think really good Duroc class. As we get into purebreds, I think their pures so far have done just as good as the crosses. Got 4 purples out here just quickly. Young lady's barrow here, really like him as you get on top of him, spread and dimension, handles himself extremely good. Young man's barrow right there is very large about his forearm, still maintains a lot of shape. Barrow on the far side, once a young man got him going, when at first look, it wasn't quite as high on him, but the longer he goes and he gets him under control and he goes, I really like him. Young man's other barrow here, really stout bladed, really good looking one. And then the young man over here, he's gotten into a really tough class, still has a very high quality barrow, just didn't read him as a well balanced. You know, he doesn't blend quite as good right in behind his blade, but he is a flexible barrow that reaches and goes off those rear 2 like the Durocs probably need to. Let's give him a big round of applause for the Duroc breed.
Results from your purebred Market Hog Duroc class: receiving purple ribbons, William McWhirter, Haley Brunn, Lane Norman, Preston Ford, and Bryson Davis. Bryson Davis received a blue, excuse me. Now entering the ring is your purebred Market Hog Spot class. Exhibitors in this class include Kayla Vasquez, Isaac Striegel, Bryson Davis, Rosalia Muntz, Lane Norman.
We got 2 purples, 2 right here in the middle. They'll come back. Young lady's barrows, really heavy bones, still very flexible on his feet and leg. Young man, love his extension up through his front end. Read it, maybe not quite as big at the ground, but I think that's a good pair of barrows. Young man's barrow here is going to end up in 3rd. Still like him in terms of his balance. Didn't read him quite as stout or opened up as he got directly on top of him, but a barrow that is kind of gets pretty close to the top pair. Then we got a pair of barrows. Young man right here is going to be in 4th. Really like his width and his dimension there. Just maybe like to make him a little fresher in his overall makeup. Young man's barrow is going to end up and be 5th. Really nice design, extended through his front end. Just didn't read him quite as heavy structured as the ones in front of him. But a good class of spot barrows. Let's give him a nice round of applause as they head on back.
Results from your purebred market hog spot class. Receiving purples, Rosalia Muntz and Lane Norman. Receiving blues, Kayla Vasquez, Isaac Striegel, and Bryson Davis. Now entering the ring is your purebred market hogs, all other breeds. Exhibitors in this class include Emma Cole, McKinley Davis, Hayden Norman, Peyton Davis, and Cash Cole. Following the selection of this class, we will have your top 5 purebred market hog selection.
Going to keep 2 purples in here. Young lady with the Yorkshire. I like that one. And in terms of its design, you get on top of it, it's very good back shape. Wish it maybe just flex and go just a little better. Then we're going to add the Berkshire as well. Love how this one reaches and goes off its rear tube. Maybe like to see it blend a little better behind its shoulder blade. Then the young man's Hampshire Barrow I would put next. He's going to be 3rd. I do like his extra added extension. His length just didn't read him with as much power as he got down his top and through the center part of his rib shape. The other young lady with her Hampshire Barrow, do like it. It's a big frame, extended hog. We just need more power and more width. In that particular one, the Yorkshire Barrow is going to end up and be 5th. I love its stoutness of blade, its stoutness up through its head. Just wish it reached and goes just a little better off the rear too. Wants to pop its rear ankle just a little bit more than I would like. Let's give these 5 exhibitors a nice round of applause as they head on back.
Results from your all of the breeds market hog class. Receiving purples, Emma Cole and Hayden Norman. Receiving blues, McKinley Davis, Peyton Davis, and Cash Cole. We are now going to select your top 5 purebred market hogs. Following this selection, we will move into your overall market hog selection. So if you had a top 5 market gill or a top 5 market barrow, you may want to start making your way towards the show ring at this time.
Well, let's give these purebred exhibitors a big round of applause. I think we got 4 really nice barrows out here, and he goes all the way down to 11 there as well. As I keep coming back, I have them in my mind as we saw them earlier, and the one that just keeps working its way up, and she's doing a very good job of getting him to move. I think he moves better out here than he did in class. Young lady right there with the Chester is going to be our champion. I mean, this is a one big-bladed one that's really massive. You get down his top and out through his rump, and I think even for a Chester, for as long as I drove him, he's still going very good, and he's not standing in the corner squealing like most of them are. Then you kind of got some differences of what you want to do. I think the next one I like the best, young lady's red barrow. You get on top of this one. That spread and dimension and squareness for a red one's unbelievable. Where it doesn't run with the Chester, in my mind, didn't read it quite as heavy boned or stout at the ground, but I still think that's a very high quality barrow. Then we're going to land in the other Chester barrow. It's going to be third. Love his flexibility, love his extension. Just didn't read him quite as stout at the ground. Just maybe a little bit more immature through his head, but certainly a barrow does have a lot of shape and dimension there. Young man's red barrow, love him out of his blades in terms of his squareness. He wants to pound his hind leg just a little bit more in comparative to the ones in front of him. Then the barrow that I probably really liked in the first go around in terms of his stoutness and forearm, I think he excels in those areas, but as we get him out here on the top end, his front end's just not as long and quite as extended as some of the other ones. Another very good Duroc barrow, a little flatter in his front pasturing for me, doesn't balance quite as good out of his blade, but one that's still very flexible. Got another very heavy muscled red barrow, opens really good through the top of his blades. He wants to funnel just a little bit as he leaves you. An extremely stout spot barrow, big about his forearm, just not quite as attractive up through his front end. Yorkshire barrow, I love him in terms of his shape and his dimension there. He wants to get shorter, striding off his rear too. The bigger spot barrow is big and extended, reads with muscle, didn't read him quite as stout at the ground, particularly up through his front foot. The Berkshire barrow, another very high quality purebred barrow, just kind of runs out of width and power to compete with the top end.
Results from your champion purebred market hog drive. The top 5 will be receiving cash awards from the following donors: JBS, Vidito Insurance, Sinclair Tractor, Brenning Genetics. Your champion went to Bristol Young, and her banner is sponsored by Larry and Jan Merrick. Your reserve went to Haley Brunn. Her banner is sponsored by Double S Fencing. 3rd overall went to Peyton Ford. 4th overall went to Preston Ford. And 5th overall went to Madison Gent. We are now going to move into the selection of your overall grand champion, Market Hog, and top 5. In the ring, we should have your grand champion, Market Barrow, being shown by Jack Greiner. Let's get a round of applause for him. Your grand champion, Market Gill, being exhibited by Lane Norman. Let's give it up for Lane. And just selected, we have your champion, Purebred Market Hog, being exhibited by Bristol Young. Let's give it up for her too.
Let's give them one more big round of applause for their champions. I think we got 3 awesome champions out here. It's been a lot of fun to work through these today. I'm not one that gives a lot of speeches and rah-rah like that. You can tell all these kids have worked very hard, and whether they placed first or they were down there in 10th place or 8th place, you got a great set of kids here, very polite. As a judge, you really do appreciate that. As I look at him, I'm not going to take a lot of time because I know which one I like. He hit me pretty hard when he first came in. That crossbred Barrow on that far side, he'll be champion.
Congratulations, your overall Market Hog goes to Jack Greiner. He will be receiving a belt buckle sponsored by Sinclair Tractor and banner sponsored by DeKalb Feeds. Dropping into contention is Peyton Ford.
Well, as we drop in that reserve champion Barrow there, and I talked about them earlier being fairly close, and I still think he's very high quality. I'm not going to split that pair up. That reserve Barrow will be reserve grand.
Congratulations, your reserve overall Market Hog goes to Peyton Ford. Banner sponsored by Shane and Kathleen Brenning. Dropping into contention is Madison Gent.
The next one for me that kind of follows in line and in terms of his stoutness and just shape and dimension, we're going to use that third overall cross barrel for third.
Congratulations, Madison Gent. Banner sponsored by Brian and Shannon Greiner family. Dropping into contention, Jovi Evans.
As we bring in the next one, we don't lose a lot of quality there. That's a home-raised Barrow, and I think he's extremely good. Shows you a lot of power and dimension there. But I think there's another one out here. I mean, just in terms of his forearm, his foot size, and mass, for his breed, that Chester Barrow is going to be fourth out.
Congratulations, your fourth overall Market Hog, Bristol Young. Banner sponsored by G-Road Genetics. Dropping into contention should be Haley Brunn.
To me, the next one that kind of falls in line really well in terms of back shape and overall width, I'm going to use that Duroc Barrow for fifth out.
Your fifth overall Market Hog went to Haley Brunn. Her banner is sponsored by Sinclair Tractor. Congratulations to all of those overall Market Hog exhibitors.
We are now going to move into the breeding swine show, starting with our purebred Durocs. We do have a few exhibitors that were just out there in the grand overall market drive, so they may be just a minute getting up here. Fired up. Now entering the ring is our first class of purebred breeding gilts, Durocs. Exhibitors include James Montz, Jack Greiner, and Lane Norman.
I'm going to just keep all three of these, call these all three purples. Really good gilts for their breed. Young men gilts on the far side, lever up through her front end. She's powerful about her blade. Maybe to make her a little leveler out through her rump. Young man coming at me, really good design gilt that still handles herself extremely good. Like a lot of things about her. And then the other gilt right here is probably the most powerful one as we talk about stoutness of blade. Really big about its foot size and big about its rear leg. Handles itself extremely good. I think that's three really nice red gilts. Let's give these three young exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt Duroc class. Receiving purple, James Montz. Jack Greiner, also receiving a purple. And Lane Norman, also receiving a purple. Now entering the ring is your purebred breeding gilt all other breeds. Currently in the ring, we have two exhibitors wearing gray polos. Those polos signify our senior 4-H members, and they are Isabel Reed and Charlotte Searin. Let's get a big round of applause for our senior 4-H members.
As everybody's probably noticed, Isabel Reed here brought, the senior over here brought a breed that we normally haven't seen, and many people have not seen this breed before. This is called a Mangalista. The Mangalistas are known for their meat quality, and sometimes they get crossed up, especially with Berks. But as at the end of this class, we're going to let Isabel talk about the, not necessarily the gilt, but just the Mangalista breed and what it brings to the industry and the niche markets that are out there. I know from my fact that a gentleman that I used to work for has 90 of Mangalista in Burke's house. He crosses them with Burke and sells a lot to five-star restaurants, five-star chefs. I talked to him the other day, and he was selling, talking to a guy that wanted tomahawk chops going to California or New York to country clubs and stuff like that. But as soon as this class is over, Isabel is going to talk more about the breed and how, and the gilt. It's still on. 3.
Got 3 purples here. Got a really nice set of AOB gilts here. The Chester gilt really kind of comes to the top, in my opinion. A really good look. Handles herself really well. Really heavy bone. The Yorkshire gilt, love her extension and up through her front end. Just balances really good. Maybe like to bust her open just a little bit through her front end. Tamworth gilt gives you a really good look from the sides. Very flexible and still kind of surprises you once you get on top of her in terms of her shape and her dimension down her top. Then we got our spot gilt that would end up and be fourth. Extremely stout as we talk about bone and those features. Really like those things about her. Ideally, we would like to see her more extended up through her front end, cleaner through the crest of her neck, but certainly a gilt you admire for her stoutness. Then we're going to get into a pair of Berkshire gilts. Really good from the side in terms of youthfulness. Stride is very good, just doesn't balance quite as good, particularly the next one the young lady has. Love some things about her, just doesn't blend quite as good right behind her blades. And then as we end up, as we're going to learn about the next one, really a nice design gilt, just doesn't maybe probably fit in the show pig right here, but I'm sure she's going to tell us all about this breed, and we're going to learn a lot from her. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Okay, so this is Mabel, the Mangalista. So I have so much to say about her, so I just wrote it down on this postcard to keep it short and simple. So for starters, I saw this breed in one of our hog buildings as of last year, so I only knew of this breed since last year. So I was like, I want to show this pig my senior year of 4-H. So I did. We made it happen. So the name Mangalista means hog with a lot of lard, which is like a fat. They are 65 to 70% fat of their body. Their meat is tender and full of flavor and is rich in omega-3s. As you may notice, she is smaller than the other pigs. And that's because she grows really slow over time, which takes about 12 to 18 months to reach market weight. The slow growth makes for better lard and meat. They get, with their woolly coat, they get the nickname sheep pigs. And their coloring, her color is called swallow belly, but the other colors are red and blonde. She is, not her specifically, but her breed is originally from Hungary. And a little family line of her is her grandma, Mia, came from Hungary in 2007. And her grandpa, Miracle, came from Hungary in 2016. And that's a little bit about her, but I would like to give a big shout out to Leon and Tammy Swoboda from LT Mangalistas for giving me this great opportunity to show her. Thank you.
Great job, Ken.
Results from your purebred breeding gilt class all other breeds. Receiving purples, Charlotte Searin, Bristol Young, and Jordan Greiner. Receiving blues, Isabel Reed, Emma Cole, Callie Brink, and Cash Cole. We are now moving into the selection of your top 5 purebred breeding gilts.
Well, not a big purebred gilt show, but certainly here on the top end, I think we got a lot of quality. The one that suits me by far, easily the best, easy decision, probably the easiest I've had all day. I'm going to use a Chester gilt to win. I just really love her design. I love her bone. Just kind of what Chesters need to look like in my mind in terms of her stoutness there. Wins pretty easy in my mind. For reserve champion or second, the young man here to my left is going to be next. I think follows her in type and kind as we talk about heaviness of bone. No, she's probably not as busted open as wide as the Cheshire gilt, but I still like her from the side in terms of her balance, particularly out through her hip and her loin there. That's where the gilt in third. I kind of get on her just a little bit. She'll be third. The other red one, just like to fix her right there in her jump muscle, maybe just make her go down, or maybe we need to make her just a little bit taller at the point of her shoulder. But she is a gilt as you get on top of her. We talk about width and mass right there out of the center part of her blade. I think she really excels there. I love the gilt, Yorkshire gilt here from the side as we talk about balance, length up to her front end. She's just not quite as powerful right in her forerib or her blade there, compete with those top end today, but still a very high quality gilt. Got another real high quality Duroc gilt coming next. I love her in terms of her shape and her dimension. Just when she leaves you, she wants to close in just a little bit. Tamworth gilt, I really like her for her flexibility and her mobility. She too's got a lot of shape there. She just didn't read her quite as stout. But let's give these purebred exhibitors a nice round of applause as they head back.
Results from the selection of your top 5 purebred breeding gilts. They will all be receiving cash awards by the following donors: Cody and Chelsea Branstead, JBS, and Tad to Brockhorst. Your champion purebred breeding gilt went to Bristol Young. Banner sponsored by Waldridge Farms. Reserve went to Jack Greiner. His banner sponsored by Waldridge Farms. Third went to Lane Norman. Fourth went to Jordan Greiner. And fifth went to James Montz. We are now moving into the commercial breeding gilt show. Entering the ring is commercial breeding gilt class 1. Exhibitors include Emma Cole, Callie Cole, Caleb Vasquez, William McWhirter, Jovi Evans, and Layson Montz.
Well, as we get into crossbred or commercial gilts, whatever, however you guys call it, I think we got 3 really nice gilts out here. We'll give all 3 of them purple so they can come back. Little gilt, love her design, love how she looks up through her front end. Gilt right here in the middle in front of me is one powerful bladed one with a large foot. Gilt right here, love her look and her design up through her front end. Maybe like to soften her just a tick, but that's getting kind of nitpicky. 3 really nice gilts as we work through there. Then in 4th place, we got a black gilt that You bet. Go ahead and bring her right out. Young Man's Guild this is one powerful female as you get on top of her. As we talk about width and mass, she wants to get a little shorter in her hip, maybe not quite as flexible and free and easy off her rear too. Otherwise, we maybe could have moved her up. Young lady's another solid black gilt, gives you a really good profile. Doesn't read her quite as big at the ground in terms of her foot size. Young Man's belted gilt, love her up through her front end, her extension of neck, particularly from her shoulder blade forward. Ideally, you'd like to make her a little bit heavier bone, bigger footed. But let's give these 6 exhibitors a nice round of applause for Class 1 gilts.
Results from Class 1 commercial breeding gilts. Receiving purple ribbons, Emma Cole, William McWhirter, and Jovi Evans. Receiving blue, Callie Cole, Kayla Vasquez, and Layson Montz. Now entering the ring, Class 2 commercial breeding gilts. Exhibitors in this class include Emma Cole, Madison Gent, Tate McGuire, Peyton Davis, Georgia Evans, and Jace Evans.
Got 3 purple ribbon gilts here out here in the middle. I think extremely good gilt right here in front of me. Really powerful as we talk about her rib shape. Really massive. You get on top of her. Ideally, maybe like to clean her up through her front end. The real attractive gilt here to my left. Handles herself extremely good. Then we have a thin belted gilt here. She too is one you get on top of her. Shows you good spread and shape down her top. Just really complete. Those 3 gilts are going to be a lot of fun when we bring them back out. Let's give them a nice... Oh, wait, a round of applause for, as the gilt's coming here in 4th, I'm getting ahead of myself. The Calico gilt is a really good design gilt, real tall fronted. As I read her, she wants to get too flat in her forerib for me. We just like to make her bolder as she comes at you. Kind of the same way with the black-headed gilt. I do like her from the side. She gets a little bit too flat and hard in her rib for me. Then the gilt we're going to end up with another really wide structured gilt. Just reads with just a little bit more cover for me today, but 6 really nice gilts. Now let's give them all a nice round of applause as they head on back.
Results from Class 2 Commercial Breeding Gilts. Receiving purples, Emma Cole, Madison Gent, and Peyton Davis. Receiving blues, Tate McGuire, Georgia Evans, and Jace Evans. Now entering the ring, Class 3 Commercial Breeding Gilts. Following this class, we will have the selection of our top 5 commercial breeding gilts. Exhibitors in this Class 3 of commercial breeding gilts include Nicholas Peck, Cash Cole, Charlotte Siren, Lane Schott, Peyton Ford, Carly Greiner, Chase Brunn, and Jack Greiner.
Well, that was a really good class of gilts all the way down there to 8th place, very high quality. We gave all 4 of these purple. I will reevaluate them as the longer we go. Gray rump gilt comes in early, really massive, still handles herself pretty well, pretty big about her rear leg. Calico gilt, extremely well balanced, has a beautiful look to her. Young man's belted gilt there in the middle, really heavy bone, very good looking from the side. Off belted gilt has a killer look from the side, particularly up through her front end in terms of her neck, still maintains a lot of shape. Then as we get down here in 5th place, we got a really nice gilt to come in 5th. I'm sure she didn't come to the county fair to be 5th with this gilt. Really a big-bodied gilt that really has a lot of power as you get on top of her. This is getting kind of nitpicky. She's maybe not quite as good and clean up through her front end compared to the ones that are still out here. Another very good gilt as we talk about shape and dimension down her top. I think she excels in those areas. Didn't read her quite as powerful at the ground, particularly through her front foot. Another real long extended gilt here coming next. Handled herself really well. Just wish she was heavier bone that we could move her up. Young man's gilt here really extended up through her front end. Just wants to twist and go off those rear two. Otherwise we would move her up. Let's give them a nice big round of applause for the good quality last gilt class.
Results from your Class 3 commercial breeding gilt. Receiving purples, Lane Schott, Peyton Ford, Chase Brunn, and Jack Greiner. Receiving blues, Nicholas Peck, Cash Cole, Charlotte Searin, and Carly Greiner. We are now going to select your top 5 commercial breeding gilts. Following this, we will need the top 5 purebred breeding gilts back to the ring. So if you exhibited one of the top 5 purebred breeding gilts, we will need you back to the ring following this selection.
I'd like to take this time to thank the guys and gals that helped us all day, part of to put this show on today. Jacob Ross, Jason Anderson, Carmen Sarin, Lindsay Crawford, Miranda Romoger was back there, and so was McKenna Berending helping in the back. Myself, Brian Becker, my other superintendent, wherever he's at, Bruce Kaufman, and we could never, and Jeremy Robertson on the fence, and Tim Merrick over there, and we couldn't do this all, and the one that keeps us all together, and then line, Miss Casey Peck. On top of that, I'd like to help those that are, thank the ones that are back here doing the announcing and keeping all the paperwork straight that needs to be done. Zach Jameson on the mic, Elsa Schmidt, Shauna Sarin, and Katie Palmer. Let's give all them a round of applause for all the work that they put in for these kids today. One more I need to thank is Jamie Sarin running the outgate over here. I missed him as I was going around the ring. Thank you.
Let's give them a big round of applause. Awful good set of commercial guilds to work through here. I think these three are extremely good. I mean, it goes all the way down to 10 too. I mean, there's a lot of quality here. There's just one out here in my mind. It was pretty easy for our champion or first place, however you want to describe it. When she first hit the ring, I got kind of excited, and I still like her the longer she goes. She puts a lot of positives together. She's good in her bone. She's correct. She has rib. She's got a good amount of back shape. I mean, I'd love to see Barrows out of her gilts, but that calico gilt's going to win this deal in my mind pretty easy. From there, it gets really challenging in where you want to put your priorities and what you want to do. For a reserve champion, I think the next one, I do love her as you get on top of her. Her spread out of the top side of her blade, handles herself really good. Young lady's going to be reserve champion. Maybe not quite as heavy boned as our champion, but certainly she is not frail. Still like her quite a bit in terms of her width and her muscularity. This gilt right here is going to end up and be third. I really love her from the side. You get back through her hind legs. She's got a big hind leg on her. The reason she's kind of is third in my mind as you get up through her forerib, and her blade just didn't have as much width right there as compared to our first two, but I still think that's a very high quality gilt. The blue rump gilt's going to be fourth. I really like this gilt as you get on top of her. I mean, she is massive when you get directly on top of her and out through her rump. Just didn't see her as free and easy off those rear two compared to the top three. I mean, she didn't get any worse the longer she goes, but she just not quite as square compared to the top three in my mind. Got a really flashy gilt here coming next. I love her in terms of her elegance up through her front end. Get on her, probably right in her ham loin hookup. She wants to wrinkle just a little bit there, but I still think that's a high quality gilt. Another very high quality in terms of her length up to her front end, particularly from her shoulder blade forward. I love this gilt. She wants it maybe not quite have as much spread and dimension right there. This gilt coming next, I love her in terms of her shape and her dimension. She's one that just needs to be softened up a little bit through her forerib for me. Another really nice design gilt here that gives you a good look from the side. Not maybe quite as powerful at the ground in terms of her bigness of foot size. The gilt that's really got a huge rib cage in her. Just reads with just a little bit more cover compared to the top end today, but I still think that would be an awesome sow. Young ladies gilt we're going to end up with, I think this one's probably got a lot of bright future in front of her. This one just maybe just a little bit flatter, a little bit harder right now, but as she matures on down the line, she could be very good. Let's give these 10 a really big round of applause.
Results from your commercial breeding gilt drive. Top 5 will be receiving cash awards from the following donors: Tad to Brockhorst, Brenning Genetics, and Birdo Farms. Your champion went to Peyton Ford, and her banner is sponsored by the Feed Energy Company. Reserve went to Madison Gent. Her banner was sponsored by Ed and Karen Cable. Third overall went to Lane Schott. Fourth overall went to Chase Brunn. And fifth, Jack Greiner. We will now show the commercial champion against your purebred champion to get you an overall breeding gilt top 5.
Very good pair of gilts we have out here. I mean, I've talked about them here lately. You don't want to hear me talk too much longer, but when they called to ask me, you know, you always think of Washington County, how tough it is, and it was quite an honor to be here today to step in the ring, and didn't disappoint at all. I mean, very high quality pigs all the way through, and probably even higher quality kids are out here showing. I commend you for what you do. Ring help has been awesome today. Everybody, it's been very smooth. As a judge, you really like that when it's smooth like that. But there's one out here that just hit me really hard when she first came in. That calico gilt will be our grand champion.
Congratulations to Peyton Ford. Her banner is sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner. and a belt buckle sponsored by First Take Genetics. Dropping into contention is Madison Gent.
Well, as we drop out our reserve champion cross gilt there, another very high quality one as I just talked about, and I think it gets maybe a little bit closer than people realize, but I know how hard it is to make purebreds that look like this Chester to be this stout, and that we used to run a few Chesters and they were very, very frustrating in my mind. We could never make them this stout, but I really like this gilt. I guess this is the old purebred breeder in me, but the Chester is going to be reserve grand.
Congratulations, your reserve overall breeding gilt went to Bristol Young. Her banner is sponsored in memory of Robert L. Bonner. Dropping into contention is Jack Greiner.
Another very high quality purebred gilt, but I don't want to take anything away from her, still very heavy bone. But the next one that suits me in terms of her look and her mass, we're going to go crossbred for third out.
Congratulations to Madison Gent. Her banner is sponsored by Sinclair Tractor.
For fourth out, the one that suits me next in terms of her heaviness of bone and her look and overall style, we're going to hand the crossbred will be fourth out.
Congratulations to Lane Schott. His banner is sponsored by Sinclair Tractor. Dropping out is Chase Brunn.
For fifth out, I think we bring in another really high quality gilt. That crossbred division was exceptionally good, and I think she's right there. I'm going to make her fifth overall. We're going to go with a crossbred for fifth.
Congratulations to Chase Brunn. His banner is sponsored by Sinclair Tractor. one announcement we have at this time. Things are running a little behind schedule today. So following the conclusion of this Pen of 3 class, we are going to move as quickly into the Bacon Buddies as we can. Following that, that's also going to delay the Bottle Bucket Calf show that is this evening as well. So everything, we don't have a time frame, but everything's shifting back slightly at this time. Currently entering the ring is the Pen of 3 class. These exhibitors are showing 3 pigs as a group. Exhibitors in this class are Carly Greiner, Nicholas Peck, Isaac Striegel, Madison Gent, and Mason Gent.
One last thing from me. Let's give a big round of applause for our judge today. Ty Agnell did a marvelous job working with our kids and stuff before he talks and works these last decisions.
Well, he's wind up with a Pen of 3. I told the guys it's been a long time since I've judged the Pen of 3. We don't have that much in Illinois anymore. We don't even have pair of barrows hardly at all anymore. Class winners right there in second. I think that Pen of 3 matches up extremely good. Very good looking pigs that got good amount of structure to them and still maintain a lot of muscle. Yep, you can let them out. It's hard to get 3 pigs to look just exactly alike, and I think they're very stout and got good shape and still handle themselves extremely well. Nice Pen of 3. Then I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna change my mind after I first came in, but the Pen 5 is gonna end up and be second or reserve champion. These 3 pigs look very similar in terms of their build and their balance, and they just probably don't have quite the muscularity that our champion Pen of 3 possess, but I still think they're very high quality pigs. Then we'll go down here, or to my left, back here. These guys have got some really good shape and muscle. We'd like to fix 1 or 2 of them out through the rump in terms of their hind leg, but a very good Pen of 3 to be third. Then we'll end up with the young man's down here on the far end. Pigs that are really cool and neat up there through the front end. We just like to fix them off their rear too. Then we can move them up. Let's give them all a big round of applause for their 4 entries of Pen of 3.
Congratulations, your top 5 Pen of 3s. They're all receiving cash awards from the following donors: Vidito Insurance, Mitch King and Brandon Hamilton, Mose Levy, Livestock Equipment, Riverside Grain and Feed. Your champion Pen of 3 went to Madison Gent. Her banner is sponsored by Nick and Jana Shala. Reserve Carly Greiner. Her banner was sponsored by Fred Greiner. Third, Mason Gent. In fourth, Nicholas Peck. That concludes the 2025 Swine Show.